Hi, Kay. I just wanted to do a quick test.
I can hear and see you. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, thank you.
Hey,
Missed you at breakfast this morning.
do what?
I missed you at breakfast this morning.
Well, I kind of missed being there, but I couldn't get there and back here.
Yeah, I couldn't eat. I just had a cup of coffee and got back home.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to come, but just couldn't make that one.
All right, looks like do we need to be mute? We need to be muted.
Need to be. J.R. Simpson, no patch this morning.
That's right. It's recovering.
Good deal.
Almost there.
That's great.
September month. Mute us, I guess.
Hmm.
Five minutes, everyone.
Set mine here and we'll just all sit together. But once I think I'm gonna have to share my screen. Oh, okay. Well, once you log in then, and I'll mute myself.
Good, thank you so much.
Hey, can you hear me?
Who was this?
Margaret?
Yes.
Yes, can you all hear us?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Scott.
Yes, can y'all hear us? I mean, I could be getting there. Good, thank you.
Caleb,
Yes,
do we have any idea who iPhone 8 is?
I do not.
Okay.
iPhone 8, maybe Miss Craven.
I'll go ahead and call the meeting of the Burke County Board of Commissioners special meeting for Friday, May 27th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m. I'd like to welcome everybody this morning out of abundance of caution because of possible exposures the prior week with consultation with Danny Scalise. We did decide to make this a Zoom meeting for extra precautions. So wish we were all together. Usually it's a lot more personal when it is we're together, but sometimes we have to dictate what we cannot control. So anyway, welcome to our Zoom virtual meeting. At this point, I do want to do our roll call to see who is in attendance. So Commissioner Abley, are you present?
Here.
Commissioner Britton. Commissioner Britton. Vice Chair Carswell.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Here.
And I will call out Commissioner Britton once again. Jeff, are you here? Madam Clerk, I guess Jeff will be joining us shortly, but the other commissioners are in attendance. And is our finance officer, Margaret Pierce, here?
Yes, sir.
And our county manager?
Yes, sir.
And our county attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Madam Clerk, all those are present. I will remind everybody to please silence your mobile devices and try to eliminate background noise at this point. I would please ask you to state your name before speaking as well. So like I said, good morning, everyone. We'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Gentlemen, you've had an opportunity to review the agenda prior as presented. Do we have any questions on the agenda, or do we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Mr. Chairman, Maynard Taylor, make the motion to approve the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Taylor. All those in favor, Commissioner Abley,
Yes.
Commissioner Britton, Commissioner Carswell,
Yes.
and myself as well. So that will be 4-0, Madam Clerk. We'll move on to items for discussion. Item number 1, finance for fiscal year 2022, 2023, updated budget explanation of change in items of note. And this will be presented by our good friend, Margaret Pierce, our Deputy County Manager, Finance Director. Morning.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to note that Commissioner Britton has joined the meeting.
Okay. Welcome, Commissioner Britton.
Morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Margaret, the floor is
Okay.
yours.
Good morning. You have in your packet a list of the changes and items that the board provided direction on at our May 19th meeting. Just to briefly summarize, go over those. You requested we evaluate the use of ARP funds for possible additional contributions to Burke Arts Council and Burke History Museum And in consultation with our ARP specialist, we do feel those should be eligible and could be discussed when you discuss your ARP. The funding for Foothills Conservancy Oak Hill Park project was added at $10,000. Increased the funding for VEDIC to $10,000, which was a $5,000 increase. Reviewed the reclassification request from the health department, and that was added per the county manager at $14,240. The name of the HR miscellaneous line was changed to recognitions. Increased the salary and benefits for the register of deed salary per Ms. Norman's request. That's $12,415. We will be reviewing the governor's budget for possible funding options for public safety and any other areas we might be able to utilize funding through the state budget. We increased the funding for Western Piedmont Community College by $56,000 per the request. And we went back and reevaluated the proposed rates changes for water and sewer. And I do have some new options to go over with you on that for direction. So the total general fund increase was $97,655. This will come from an additional fund balance appropriation. No expenditure changes were provided for any of the other funds. This does change the fund balance appropriation would now be $2,064,280 at this time. There were two items I wanted to add also. In reviewing my notes on the health department, I apologize. He did mention the interns, and I misspoke at the last meeting and said that we did not cover that, and I was mistaken. And then the school amount in your original printed book has an error in the 2021 amount, and that's been corrected in your handout today. Those are the items I have from the meeting. You also see included, request was that we talked about seeing all of the position requests. So I included the document that's got the total of all 57 positions, reclassifications and other salary items. And the ones that are highlighted are the ones that were included in the manager's recommended budget. Any questions on this item?
Gentlemen, you've heard the presentation from Margaret. Any questions on those items?
This is Chairman Maynard Taylor.
Yes, sir.
When talking to Margaret on the phone yesterday a little bit, it's my understanding that with these new requests, et cetera, we have a request to add 57 new employees for the upcoming year. And the figure that Margaret gave me, that increases the budget, $2,953,308. The average cost per new employee, and this is an average, remember, is $53,600 per new employee. We can't seem to get away from adding $3 million a year to the budget, and I don't know at the end of the day how much it's really going to affect the total cost of your new budget. Margaret, do you happen to have that figure?
Sir, the $2,953,000 is all of the requests added together for new positions and reclassifications. In the recommendation, the 9 positions are approximately $535,000. The benefits are $58,000 for $594,000.
And that's only for the 9, doesn't include the additional, what is it, 47, 48 people requested?
Correct.
Okay. Well, we'll talk a little bit more about it a little bit later, but Mr. Chairman, the point, of course, is it seems like we forget that all these funds come from the taxpayers. There's no money tree outside the government office. We continue to take it out of the taxpayer's pocketbook every year. And I've asked Margaret to do some numbers, and I don't know if she had time to do them or not, but we're getting to the point that there's no conservative action on the behalf of this board. And we need to really talk about some of these new employees that are being requested.
Gentlemen, any other questions or comments? Okay, there being none, we'll move on to item number 2, FY 2022-2023 proposed fee changes. Margaret?
What you have in your packet is some thoughts about a second option on rate changes for water sewer. And speaking with Chairman Britton, who has a great deal of experience in rates, particularly when it relates to utility type services, we discussed some different thoughts on what you could do, that the base tier should be something really covering more of your fixed cost, and that perhaps reducing it might not be the best option. So Scott Cook and I ran some different numbers, and what we've given you is a revised recommendation that we leave the base rate at 25, still take out the tier, and leave it at the $6 a gallon as recommended originally. And we would like your thoughts on whether you want to change to option 2 or stay at option 1, which is what's built in the manager's recommended budget. We also gave you a page showing some sample bills. These are monthly amounts, just some estimates based on 3,000 gallon use, 30,000 gallons, and 100,000. I think one thing the rate study will need to address that we'll do in the coming year would be whether we need different rates for commercial. When we went out and did research on other water systems, some have that. It's a mixed bag, but that did seem to be more predominant, that most systems have commercial type rates and residential rates. So certainly we'd ask whoever does the rate study to look at those. And we would welcome your thoughts.
Gentlemen, you've had a chance to review the proposal. Any comments? What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I reviewed the option 2, and Margaret, you can help me if I'm mistaken, but option 2 leaves the basic facilities charge at the rate it is now, and I have some real concern with reducing that. That seems counter to what I'm seeing everywhere else. So your basic facilities charge ought to reflect your cost of service to your consumers, and then your usage is basically the product. But I think we'll find when we do a rate study that the basic facilities charge will actually wind up the recommendation even higher. But if I did my math right, Margaret, the 3,000 kilowatt or gallon customer would see about a 5.7% increase. The 30,000 gallon would be about a 4.2, and the 100,000 about a 3.7. I had a little difficulty kind of correlating that with your more broad number, but does that seem right to you, Mark?
Yes, sir. We did realize in doing this, it does make a difference, and it has to do with that taking out the tier, that the first 4,000 gallons were at a lower rate than the 4,001 and above per 1,000 gallon rate in the old tier system. So it blends out as you go to much higher usage is the reason behind that.
And I do understand we do have in the budget a rate study. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. What we've done is we're evaluating grant possibilities, and if a grant can't be found to fund it, we're in conversation with the COG and DEQ on different options for that might assist us. We would recommend that it be funded regardless. The funds are not currently recommended in the budget because we hope to fund it by another source.
Gentlemen, any other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, Maynard Taylor, I have
Yes, sir.
advocated several times over the years to charge somebody the same gallon of usage for sewer that they do for water. When you wash your car, that doesn't go back into the sewer. When you water your garden, it doesn't go back into the sewer. And usually when you mop your floors, it doesn't go back into the sewer. And I've advocated many times that that sewer rate should be 85% of the water rate. And I don't know what that'd do to the budget, Margaret, but that only seems fair. And I remind you that our biggest water push was with a zero interest loan from the government. We started this, I think, in 2002, Wayne. I don't know if you remember or not. The water rate was $15. It included the first 1,000 gallons of usage. And so the inflation and the cost of producing water is obviously up like everything else. But you know, $100 a month, I see a lot of averages that do that. But then some people I have talked to have 160 or better rate. Multiply that by 12 and multiply that by 4 or 5 years and you can dig your own well. My point to that is that the cost of services provided by the county is reaching an all-time high and almost to the point that we're not competitive with the cost of our service. I have not asked or looked at other counties around us what the average water bill is. I don't know, Margaret, if you have any of those figures or not, but I just think especially on the sewer cost, should not be charged at the same usage gallons as your water. You do not use 100%, doesn't end up in the sewer. End of comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other comments, gentlemen? Okay, I'm hearing crickets. Guidance for Margaret?
Mr. Chairman, I lost connectivity there for just a little bit, but I'm in favor of the option number 2 myself.
Commissioner Abley?
Option number 2 sounds good.
So Commissioner Britton, Commissioner Abley, option number 2. Commissioner Carswell
Option number 2.
and Commissioner Taylor.
I would like to support option number 2 with an 85% usage rate against the water bill for sewer.
And Margaret, since we don't have any figures on that at this point, we don't know what that would do to the budget at all, do we?
No, sir.
So, gentlemen, do you want to stick with the proposed option or shave the sewer part to 85% as Commissioner Taylor has suggested? Commissioner Abley?
I think we need to stay where we're at.
Commissioner Britton?
I think so as well. Wait and see what the rate study.
Commissioner Carswell?
Stay with option number 2.
Commissioner Taylor wants to move that, the sewer portion to 85%. And I want to stick with option number 2 as presented, Madam Clerk. So Margaret, that will, we will go with option number 2.
Thank you. We will certainly mention during the rate study, looking at whether the sewers should be different. In the ones we have quickly pulled, we're not seeing that specifically, but we'll certainly be reviewing it. So what we would do is remove the fund balance appropriation and add the difference, the $60,810 into the M&R water system with that choice.
Thank you, Margaret. That being said, we'll move on to item number 3. Margaret, you can rest. This is a Board of Elections funding request for enclosed trailers for $41,000. This will be presented by our good friend Debbie Mace and Elections Director L.H. Kirkson.
Good morning, gentlemen. LH
Good morning.
couldn't be here this morning, so I'm here to talk to you about something that over the last 2-3 elections that I can actually stand for. The last 3, we've had nothing but issues down to the day before we were to deliver our equipment with the different companies that had supposedly reserved the trailers for us, or trucks with lift gates, backed out of their promise, leaving us stranded. And as you know, on Monday, we have to get equipment to the precincts for election day. And on the day before early voting starts, we have to take those out as well. We can't do that without enclosed trailers and or trucks with lift gates. I've been in close contact. As a matter of fact, Brian Tart and Mark Delahant with General Services have been just a godsend to us, trying to help us at the very last minute. We're straight through the weekends calling everybody up the Eastern Seaboard. And it's just gotten to the point where we've exhausted all of our possibilities that we are aware of. And for that reason, we needed to come and speak with you and talk to you and let Brian present what he has to you and see if it wouldn't be better and how we could wind up paying for these trailers in the long run, actually saving the county money over X amount of years. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Brian Tart here and let you talk with him a few minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Madam Clerk of the board. During this voting sessions, we in 2021 we had the same. We started off, had the trucks already rented for a year from the time that we had it in 2020. I received a call a few days before. Well, we had the early voting that went pretty well, went through no problems. But the election day, they called me, no trucks available, gave me 3 days. So of course I, begged and borrowed, trying to find trucks, called every rental company. Nobody had any liftgate trucks. At that time, Penske at that point were able to give us 4 trucks, 1 truck with no liftgate. So 4 liftgate trucks and 1 without a liftgate. So they came through there. The one without liftgate, me and my water sewer supervisor took the voting machines out, and we had to take a lift gate jack with us and load in and out of the trailer or out of the truck. Very dangerous. It was a terrible, terrible time. So we were able to have to get a smaller truck with a lift gate, which that helped us get through that time. In 2022, this past voting, the early voting, the same company did not fulfill their promise. So we didn't have an early voting machine truck. So I begged and borrowed, and I found a truck through Mike Patton, who is one of our vendors, who had a truck for us. So we're able to use that for early voting. They gave me 3 days to figure this out before having to load up cages and get voting out, which is that has to happen. So I was able to find 4 liftgate trucks through Kevin Herron, Burke County School System. Mike Patton had 2 trucks. Eckerness Furniture Factory, Penny Justice, she was able to give us a 28-foot truck, which was great. And Conley Springs Electric, Aaron Hatton, was able to let us borrow a 24-foot trailer, which actually the trailer just served us greatly. So just begging and borrowing, we were able to find the trucks to be able to deliver voting, which was great. And the people that did that for us, we just hold high praise to them. So with that being said, when I was calling out to other rental companies, the liftgate trucks are at this point are hard to get a hold of. Nobody had them at that point. Ryder truck, Eric Rossa actually came up with a truck on pickup day, which I was able to trade out and use. So Ryder truck were very helpful, but I've already scheduled them for this next November voting. But even he says, we'll try to be there for you, but they're hard to come by, the liftgate trucks. And we have to use lift gates per state requirements of the cages that we have to have the voting equipment in. So that has to happen. So, the cost on just renting the truck rental, we're looking $3,000 for truck rental, $1,000 worth of fuel. So we're at $4,000 to $5,000 for per each vote for each election for renting trucks. I went out and found the trailer cost for just pull behind trailers, 20-foot trailers, which we could fit the cages in, and they're at total cost for the trailers would be $41,000 for trailers, and that'd be 5 trailers, which would that would take all of our voting machines, and that's us pulling it behind our trucks for general services, which we have 6-7 trucks that we can pull with, so we have extra trucks if need be. So with that cost, we're looking 6 years or minus that we could already have what it would cost us to pay for what it costs us to rent trucks. And I was with Ben Ledger, who's with Drowns, picking up trucks, and the trailer worked exceptional. Has the lift gate or the door that acts as a ramp, falls down and just works perfect. So it'd be a great purchase. That's into my comments. Thank you.
You're less likely to have accidents with people hurting their backs and stuff like that too, with the trailers that has the door that just lets down on the back versus I saw this happen at one of our sites. The lift gate was going up and one of the wheels accidentally didn't get locked on the cage and it took off and the person in the truck had to grab it. Well, that could have been I'm surprised that wasn't a back injury. Those cages are heavy, but it's 1 per precinct, which saves them time unloading. Because if you'll think back, we used to have the 1 machine at a time moving, and there would be 7 or 8 taken to each side, and it took forever to deliver equipment. So it's saving general services some time too by using something like this and less chance of injuries. It's getting a lot, it's just complicated, but them not having what they promise us has gotten so bad over the last 2 to 3 elections that we can't depend on them anymore. And these guys have called everywhere. I've even talked with other counties. Mecklenburg's humongous, and I know we really can't compare to them. They have to start delivering their equipment a week in advance, but they use Mayflower tractor and trailers and their drivers, and it's an ungodly amount of money. And we can't find any moving companies locally that can help us out. They've called everybody. So we're kind of at your mercy. This was our last, we didn't want to come and ask you for this. Our budget looked good and I thought everything's going well. And then this came up and we've got to do something and we didn't know what else to do. I'd rather eat dirt than ask y'all for $41,000, but it is what it is. And I don't know how to help it.
Gentlemen, we've heard Debbie and Brian's presentation. We don't want Debbie having to eat dirt, so anyway.
Thank you, Scott.
So, gentlemen, questions or comments for Debbie?
Mr. Chair, that's Jeff. Debbie, have you considered renting trailers?
Have not. Most places that rent trucks have trailers, but they're all, they're telling Brian and Mark everything's out.
I can tell you, Mr. Britton, that when I was calling, most of the trailers are smaller trailers, and the cages that we use, they're 5'7" by 3 foot wide. They're pretty large, and I need at least a 20-foot trailer to be able to fit for the routes that we have in place. And most people do not rent those type of trailers out, not that long, not U-Haul or any places like that. I've never, when I called to see about even getting a trailer, usually they're like a 12-foot trailer, and that's usually their trailer that is for the rental companies.
Do we have, I'm assuming we don't have trailers this size in the county anywhere else?
No, not enclosed.
Do we have any other use for these that they'd be useful other than just elections?
The only thing that bothers me there, Jeff, if we turn these loose to anybody else in the county to use them, within a few years, they'll be trashed, they'll be torn all to pieces. Of course, that's not my choice. That's not my, if y'all are kind enough to fund it, then we'll need to work something out there, I'm sure. But it bothers me that, because I had already thought of that. If we park them somewhere, you don't want them to just sit like in a grassy area. So I've talked with Brian. We've got a couple ideas there, but I don't think it would be wise for somebody to say, oh, there's some nice trailers. We'll go ahead and use those for this and for this and for this and for this. Pretty soon your tires are worn out. I think they would go downhill very, very quickly. And elections are not going away. This needs to be a big investment for the elections equipment.
Debbie, Wayne Abley,
Hey, Wayne.
could be stored at the new facility that down the other end of the county, right in that pavilion there.
Yeah, that was our idea. The new the water sewer across from the cart pond on 70. A big enclosed gated area, which we could even if we pour a pad there to set them up on the concrete pad or even gravel, that'd be a good location for them. Yes, sir.
But they'd be covered. They'll be covered by a roof, and that should.
Well, we'd have to probably do space inside. We have space inside there also that could house those, or possibly build an awning or a cover.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go.
I like the fact that in 7 or 8 years, they'll be paid for. Then you've got them. If you take care of them, you've got them forever. I mean, it's not, it's not like a car with an engine that's going to break down on you. The only thing you have upkeep on is your tires. And if the key is given to me and locked in our vault, then nobody else can get to them. If we use the proper lock on the tongue, then I think that problem's solved as well.
And I'm gonna just tell you, when that happened 3 days before election, it was a scramble trying to find trucks, and because I know this has to happen. The only thing if I didn't find them, it was put them in, just a regular trailer, not an enclosed trailer, and that just doesn't work. So it's very crazy. All your hair. I lost all my hair because of that, and I hate for loose hair, and then Debbie have to eat dirt. So
you can tell I've been eating something, but it hadn't been dirt.
Mr. Chairman, Maynard Taylor. Debbie, I had 6 questions. You answered 2 of them during your presentation. So the next question is, did we solicit bids for this project?
Uh,
I believe they just got one quote at this time, but should it be funded, they'll certainly put it out for bid, obviously. So the cost could only go down.
Okay. Are they steel or aluminum?
Steel.
Steel?
Yes, sir.
You might want to check, see what aluminum, you'd have no rust and it'd last 2 or 3 times as long. The other question is, and you may have answered this, I just didn't catch it. Where will the trailers be stored?
I would say in that new building we have in Conley Springs, it's like actually like an airplane hangar. It's got plenty of space in it. We're not keeping anything there at this time, but we hope to soon be set up to start storing some water, sewer equipment and other county equipment over there outside of the elements.
So they'll be completely in dry at that location.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, Mark?
Yes, sir. Not air conditioner or anything like that, but they'll be indoors.
You stated that it paid for itself, and I wondered about the methodology, and I think, Debbie, you answered that question too, but how many years? You said would 6 to 7 years pay for itself?
because every other year, as you are aware, we have 2 elections, primary years. Then in off years, it's 1. So not counting any second primaries or runoffs or that kind of thing.
Well,
So it's
that was
1
my
year, 1
next.
election, next year, 2 elections.
Yeah. The next question and the final question was to do somewhat of an analogy that they're only going to be used a maximum of 2 times a year as a rule, and used for 1 day. And I guess the question is, does that justify to the taxpayers the $40,000 cost, 41,000? Just wondered what your take on that would be.
The way my mind works, you're either gonna rent, which you might as well strike a match to it. The money's gone. You're either gonna rent all of those every election, or you're gonna pay on something that within 6 to 7 years will be completely paid for. To me, I don't want to say a no-brainer. $41,000 is a lot of money. And like I said, I didn't want to ask you. But when you take that 41,000 or maybe less, and you figure the per election cost that we're giving somebody else to borrow their equipment or rent their equipment, then to me, in 6, 7 years, why not pay nobody?
Wayne Abley, Debbie, what was the cost in the last election to rent those trucks?
Brian, you've got that
What
written down.
was the question? I was reading that on.
What was the cost last election? This May.
Total cost $3,000 for truck rental, approximately.
And it'll show more than that because we have to fill them up with gas.
And I saw the question about U-Haul rental. U-Haul didn't have any. Said they haven't had any lift gate trucks at their site in 2 years.
And they're the first ones that did us an injustice. Then we went to Penske's. They did it to us too. We can't keep doing this. We're running out of companies.
Well, I think it would take a lot of stress off staff to do this. I don't know long-term how those trailers will hold up, but I think at least for the next 4 or 5 years, that'll take a lot of stress off the staff.
I agree.
Well, Maynard Taylor had mentioned getting the cost of aluminum versus steel. I have to say this. Those cages are so heavy because they contain everything that they need at that one precinct, and they're heavy. Plus the cages themselves are steel. I would not go with anything but steel, because if they happen to turn sideways and bump into it, what's that going to do to your aluminum? I just don't think that would be wise.
This is Chairman Maynard Taylor again. It appears even if it takes 10 years to get even, it's the better deal for the taxpayer either way. Even if your payback spreads out to 10 years. Would
I
that be
agree.
an accurate statement?
Yes, sir. I feel like it is. I don't know about the others' opinions.
Okay.
Quick question for Brian. Because I don't know, you're gonna know more so than I. If what's the shelf life on these, especially if they're gonna be kept in an enclosure and only used several times a year? What would you know, I'm not gonna hold you to the number, but just a guesstimate of what the shelf life would be?
Yeah, I would say 20 years or more. I mean, I've in my career, there's companies worked for that had trailers and they've used them for a long time. So I think these trailers they'll stand the test of time. I think they'll be here for 20 years or more.
Especially since you have the place to put them undercover. That means more to me because I was worried about that. I thought we can't invest this kind of money, taxpayers' money, and set them out here in the field somewhere. The tires will be rotten in 6 to 8 months. I mean, that worried me, but I knew these guys would come up with a plan or somebody, and you did.
Mr. Chairman, I might better answer that question for you. I have 2 trailers. One's a cattle trailer, one's an equipment trailer. The cattle trailer is approaching 40 years old, and it doesn't get stored in the dry. The equipment trailer is probably somewhere around 22, 23 years, and it'll go that much further. A well-built trailer taken care of will last probably 35, 40 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Bruton, Carswell, any comments on this?
I'm good with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. The only question I would have, Brian, you've got a quote for $8,200. Margaret, do we have to go out for bids on this? And Brian, is the $8,200 the cheapest you found, or do you think we can find something cheaper?
I had a few bids on that, or a few quotes, and the $8,200 was the lesser of the quotes that I've received.
Based on the 40,000, you would need quotes, but not formal bids.
You've already got a couple. You get those in writing. That's what she needs.
Yeah, I will make sure I get those in writing and get that put together.
Thank you, sir.
So it sounds like, gentlemen, that we are giving Margaret and staff the go ahead to for the funding for the enclosed trailers for $41,000 and or better, with Brian going out in the field and getting 3 to 5 written quotes and going with the lowest, and it will be a steel trailer, and we do know where the location will be. So I'm assuming and everybody's in agreement. Commissioner Abley?
Yes.
Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with one question, we never did. Yeah, we did. It's on there. Strike the question. It's an 8.5 by 20 size enclosed trailer, 20 foot long, 8.5 feet wide.
Yes, sir. Okay, Margaret. Well, then Debbie won't have to eat dirt after all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Then thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret.
I thank you also.
Absolutely. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Y'all too. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4, budget reconsideration for a request for financial assistance for F3ST presented by Amanda Finn and or Beth Hiley. I don't know who we have on here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beth Hiley, and I am president of Friends of Fontaflora State Trail. And first, I'd like to thank you for funding F3ST, our short name, in the 2021-2022 budget. Since I presented to you last year, there's been a change up in roles. Judge Bob Hunter has moved to immediate past president. I've moved from executive director to volunteer president, and Amanda Finn is our new executive director, but she's out of town today. So I just wanted to let you know we have 3 very active, connected advocates for the Fontaflora State Trail. As Bob and I told you last year, F3ST's goal is to give back more to the county than we receive. So for the county's 2021-2022 investment, F3ST saved the county's $262,000 expenditure in a PARTF grant by using our connections and reputation to assist in getting an extension to that grant. Also, because you invested in F3ST, we were able to present to state parks and legislators as a stable nonprofit. And that was critical as Bob Hunter and I, with our State Trails Coalition, worked over the past 2 years to get state funding for state trails. Our work led to the state trails receiving dedicated funding for the first time in the amount of $29.5 million. And with that, F3ST was appointed as the official nonprofit for Fontaflora State Trail. From that fund, we will receive $500,000 for Fontaflora State Trail projects. And we, F3ST, are responsible for selecting the projects across the 3-county area that will be funded. We also have access to $10 million in land and easement acquisition funding. So for the county's 2022-2023 investment, our hope is to fund the $355,000 Burke County Canal Bridge project. This will connect a new 1.8-mile section of Fontaflora State Trail to a 1.6-mile section of Fontaflora State Trail. And this is a critical piece of the Fontaflora State Trail and Burke County's top trail construction project. So as you know, Fontaflora State Trail covers 9 local governments, and there's plenty of projects to choose from with our $500,000. My Trails Coalition, for which I serve on the executive committee, is continuing to seek more trail funding from the state. I was busy this week connecting our lobbyists to key legislators, and I'm also chair of our 12 State Trail Nonprofit Committee. And I hope as some nonprofits can't use all their funding, we can bring that back home to Fontaflora State Trail. In addition, F3ST is exploring other grant possibilities. We are working with Dogwood Health to get Glen Alpine connected to the Fontaflora State Trail at Watermill. Lastly, I know that trail maintenance is a concern for the county, and we are working on an MIU to be the volunteer maintenance crew for Fontaflora State Trail in Burke County. And we're also your face to the community. We're now able to answer questions and concerns, bring more trail users out with our hike and learn events. And we had a picnic the other weekend with the Latinx community. So we're able to take some of that burden off the county. F3ST has demonstrated we can help you, and the numbers show it. With a $30K investment return of $262K, hopefully this year, a $30K investment will bring $355K. The goal is more funding for more trail completed. So to continue to help Burke County with trail projects, we need to continue as a viable nonprofit, and we need your help to do that. We are bringing in the capital funding for trail on the ground and for acquisitions and easements, but we need your help in funding our operations. So for the success of the Fontaflora State Trail, I ask that you approve $30K in funding for Friends of the Fontaflora State Trail. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Gentlemen, you've heard Beth's presentation. Comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the notes in front of me. Did the manager's budget have any funding for this?
No, sir. Unless am I correct on that, Brian? I don't recall seeing that in the budget.
No, it was not.
And Beth,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
Jay, can you show the chart that shows all the entities that are donating to these ideas and funds? It had Glen Alpine, Morgan City, had
Yes, so for this year, we already have our funding from Marion, Old Fort, Black Mountain. We're in the McDowell County manager's budget. His recommendation is a yes. So we're waiting for their final vote of the budget. And we still have to go to Morganton.
Okay.
Beth,
So my part, as you have stated, is 30,000. Was that the same as last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd hate to see Burke County with the zero out there and entities much smaller than us are donating. I'd be in agreement to add that to our budget.
thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Couple questions here, Beth. Not saying yay or nay at this point. Just want to get a feel for the room. But, I had this concern last year when we did the funding. I thought we should maybe do a part, but if I recall correctly, y'all guaranteed us it was going to be a one-time expenditure and you were going to get funding from the state and you would not come back to the board for an additional funding. That's my first concern. Second question is, and part of that is, so that was not going to be recurring funding moving forward. And that's kind of what we were sold on. So not saying I'm against it necessarily, but that does concern me because the guarantee is gone away in 1 year and we're back at the well again. I'm not saying y'all don't do good work, but I'm just telling you what we were told.
Yes, I'm glad to address that point first before you move on.
Okay.
Judge Bob Hunter did guarantee if we receive full funding from the state that we would not be back again. And that was one area we didn't have the success that we had hoped for during the last 2 years of lobbying. We've told we are going to receive $50,000 from the state for 2 years. We're supposed to receive that this summer and have $25,000 per year for the next 2 years. So our request to them had been $150,000 and that fell short. So because of that, we're back to you asking for operational funding. We did have the success of bringing Trails on the Ground funding that we will be distributing from Friends of Fontaflora State Trails. So yes, we're asking for operational funding, but we're bringing back to you $500,000 across the Fontaflora State Trail, with our number one goal being to get the Canal Bridge funded for $355,000.
Okay, thank you, Beth. Another question. The funding for that specific project, are you saying that our staff would not be able to get those monies without you? Or, so I'm just wondering, because in the past, we've been able to secure a lot of funding from the state and different areas. So how is what you're doing different than what we're already doing?
So this is a new fund from the state of North Carolina in the last budget cycle, and it's called Complete the Trails Fund. And with that, a nonprofit was assigned to each state trail. We, Friends of Fontaflora State Trail, are assigned to Fontaflora State Trail. The monies were allocated based on miles yet to complete, and we have received $500,000 that will be coming to us, Friends of Fontaflora State Trail, that we will distribute to projects across Fontaflora State Trail. So this is a new funding system, a new way to get trails completed more quickly, which I know is a goal of Burke County. So we will be, deciding which projects take top priority. And we feel that the Canal Bridge project is extremely important in the Fontaflora State Trail. So new funding source. Yes, it's coming through us from the state to then decide who across the 9 local governments will receive funding. And then there's also the new land acquisition and easement pot of money that we can apply for other projects within the area.
Thank you. Alan Galines, I see on the screen. Do you have any comments on this? Because I know your staff works on this. There you go.
Hi there. Thank you. Beth, thank you for the request. The Canal Bridge is a priority for us, and we'd like to, we're in engineering right now for that. We've been working with the DOT for that. We need to get final drawings. We're trying to finalize that, but that budget amount is our engineer's estimate for the cost, and that would be a design in 2022, which is this year, and then hopefully get construction started by next year. So it's a good priority for us. And then there's we just appreciate the partnership.
Okay, so you feel positive about this? Okay.
Yes,
Thank you, Alan. And one last, really comment or question, Beth, with your group, which does a tremendous job. I'm not, like I said, these are questions that people are going to ask me, so I have to ask you.
I understand.
Treg, who does a tremendous job for us in Parks and Rec, obviously is charged with the upkeep of the trail, and I understand y'all are there to assist them. How do you see yourself working with Treg? Because Treg is works directly for the county commissioners. So I guess what I'm saying is your volunteers do understand that they're going to need to be used or needed really as Treg is directed, because once again, he would be the final say on what needs to be done on the trails. Are you in agreement with that?
Oh, yes, certainly in agreement with that. We had been working with Shane to get the MOU in place and suggested monthly work days or whatever, but we can move over to being there for Treg if he wants monthly assistance, if he would rather 2 full all-day sessions, whatever Treg directs us to do. We would never be out there without his direction and his guidance on what are the priorities along the trail. But we just know that's a big issue right now in Burke County with all the use of the trail and the excitement and people coming from all over. And we want to make sure that it's kept in top-notch condition so everyone has a great experience.
Thank you, Beth. Well, you've answered my question. Sorry, I didn't mean to hog everything there. Just wanted to get those clear. Any other questions, Commissioner Abley, Britton, Carswell?
Mr. Chairman Maynard, again, I appreciate your reminder that we would not donate at one time. Maybe the board would consider matching McDowell at 20,000. Just an idea that I thought I'd present. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Carswell. Beth, did you ever get donations from the city of Asheville and or Buncombe County?
We have not yet gotten donations from Buncombe County nor Asheville. And it's interesting. I don't know if you guys remember the story of the little red hen that didn't want to help or be a part of anything until the bread was ready. So we're starting to experience that same thing now that we have been successful getting state trail funding for state trails, that they are coming around and a little more interested in what we have going on. We don't have their commitment secured at this point, but we are in talks. And it's kind of the same story as last year. There's a lot more going on with Fontaflora State Trail in Burke County and McDowell County than there is in Asheville.
You sit on a number of committees, and I know this is going to be a hard question. And I know that the General Assembly is in caucus right now, trying to determine how some monies go out. So how do you really feel about being funded by the state?
So the money, the 500,000 that's coming to F3ST for Trail in the Ground, that is already committed and successful and is to be rolled out this fall. So that is a certainty. The funding that we are looking for to fund our organization, we have not been able to find a sponsor in this year's short session to fund Friends of Fontaflora State Trail, but our goal is to work on that in the long session coming up. So we don't expect any more capacity money for Friends of Fontaflora State Trail in this short session, but we are going to continue to work on that, as well as more funding in general for the state trails. This short session, we are working on funding for all trails, whether it be natural surface, paved, equestrian, paddle, that will be open to other nonprofits. So that may be some legs or spurs off of Fontaflora State Trail.
Margaret, are they eligible under ARPA for any monies?
Not that I'm aware of. The information in ARPA regarding trails and such, you have to be in a qualified census tract, and meets certain other requirements. And I don't believe any of our trails are going to be in those qualified census tracts at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to just kind of finish up my comments. I think it bothers me that the city of Asheville and Buncombe County, who the request was $70,000 last year and again this year, and they have given zero. I think we stepped up to the plate last year with the $30,000 that we did. Again, you have to pardon me, a little cough in there. Alan Glines and Shane have done a wonderful job in Burke County to make sure our interests are taken care of. And I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate what F3ST has done. But as Mr. Taylor said there, maybe we consider a donation maybe a little bit less than the requested $30,000.
Can't hear you, Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep going back and forth. So any other questions or comments, gentlemen?
I think Johnny's right. We probably should fund, but maybe a little less money.
Are y'all in agreement with Commissioner Taylor? Maybe match McDowell instead of 30,000, give 20? Would
Sounds
that be
good to me.
palatable?
Yes, Maynard Taylor. I'm in agreement with that.
So Commissioner Abley, are you in agreement?
In agreement.
Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell?
Yes, I can.
And Commissioner Taylor said 20,000 as well, and I will be in agreement. So Beth, we appreciate your presentation today, and we will fund that for 20,000.
Thank you. Much appreciated, and I won't let you down.
Thank you, Beth. Okay, gentlemen, we'll move on to item number 5, Burke County Public Schools request for reconsideration, $500,000 presented by Keith Lawson, Burke County Public Schools Finance Officer. Keith, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. I hope you are.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, county officials. On behalf of the Board of Education, I'm here with Dr. Swan and Alton. We appreciate you hearing us out on our appeal for an increase in funding. As is the case, and I always can assure you that if we don't need it, we don't ask for it. The county manager's recommended budget for 22-23 would be no increase in funding for the 3rd consecutive year, and not to fault the county manager. We've been able to hold the line on that. So that would be the 3rd consecutive year with no increase in funding, and the 4th consecutive year with no increase in nurse funding. Of our requested increase, $61,000, and I'm rounding here, of that was for retirement and health insurance employer increase. Wage increases for certified and classified staff was $235,000. Instructional supplies and library books at $146,000. Utilities increases at $79,000. Repairs, parts, materials, and supplies, $129,000. And then there's various and sundry line items throughout our entire budget that equated to a decrease of 93 for a total impact in our anticipated budget for next year of $557,000. Again, that's just consists of inflationary increases and wage and employer cost increases. The other line item, the school nurses, and if I may expand on and explain the situation there, pre-COVID, Burke County Public Schools had 14 nurses. We currently have 23, I think, with 2 vacancies. The additional nurse positions are being funded from ESSER, our elementary and secondary emergency relief funds. We cannot and may not pay what was pre-COVID nursing positions from ESSER funds. If we could, could certainly go to that, to those funds for relief, but we're not allowed to do that. And as a result of the nurse funding from the county not increasing over the last 3 years going into the fourth year, it's diluted due to wage increases and employer cost, those 14 positions down to what is currently funded, which is 12.35. So in order to make nurse funding whole and to catch back up with those increases over these last 3 years going into the fourth would take $253,803. So of those line items, our total budget increased by $810,000. We had requested $500,000 of that from you all, the county commissioners, and then $219,000 of our fund balance in order to balance that proposed budget. So we respectfully request your consideration on an increase of funds in comparison to our 2 previous years.
Thank you, Keith. Gentlemen, you've heard Keith's presentation. Questions, comments? I'm sure there are some.
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman Maynard Taylor, I wanted to ask one question. If I understood correctly, that these are all county employees and not state employees, that this cost of employee increase is requested, is that correct?
That is correct. That consists of 4 certified teaching positions and 53 maintenance positions.
And that is our county. I guess what I'm asking is, this is not a state responsibility, but is a county responsibility. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. We are not allowed to pay our maintenance staff from the state or federal budgets.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Britton, I think you had a question as well.
Yes, maybe to Margaret. Margaret, could we use any of the ARPA funds for the nurse part of this?
They are, I would have to check on that because they are not our employees. We would have to contract with the school system in a different way than we currently do in order to fund that. We do have the SNFI grant already, which is $100,000 per year that we pay toward the salaries as well. Keith, remind me where that's in this calculation.
The requested amount for nurses, which would total for next year, $1,146,958. If you go to the slide that was in the original budget package that we shared with you, Margaret, and you go to that 22-23 nurses, it'll look just the same as the invoice that I send you monthly. And at the bottom, you'll see the $100,000 credit, leaving that net of 1.146.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm happy to check on the ARP funds, how they could be used toward this.
Gentlemen, other questions?
Mr. Chairman, let me ask a question while we're talking about ARPA. Keith, I was reading one of the explanations that says ESSER funds could take the place of local funds for allowable activities. Are the nurses not an allowable activity?
Well, they certainly would be an allowable activity, but our guidance from the Department of Public Instruction has been to this point, and we've specifically asked, maybe not for the nurses, but for positions, that any pre-COVID funded positions, we are not allowed to use the ESSER or COVID monies for those positions.
That's their determination. Is that what you're telling me? DPI has determined that's what they feel like this means, even though as I sit here and look at the ESSER questions, it says for allowable local funds for allowable activities. So I guess we could maybe banter back and forth, what they see that means and what maybe we think that means. And I guess that's a good question for us to get Margaret to take a look at. So as of today, is your opinion through DP, you're taking advice on DPI, am I correct?
That is correct. The DPI, they do have the ultimate approval when we submit our ESSER budgets, and they either deny or approve. And given the guidance that we can't use the funding for pre-COVID positions, we haven't made the attempt to fill this gap with those monies. Again, the additional nurse positions that we added, we certainly did use ESSER for those.
Mark, we had county, pardon me again, the county manager had requested that you consider using $500,000 that you, I'm going to make an assumption here again that money was placed into the 500,000 was placed into your, we'll call it a savings account right now, or fund balance. Is that where the money, did you turn that money in there instead of using it to make up the difference?
Right. In the 2020-2021 operations, we did in fact contribute $509,000 to fund balance. Keep in mind that wasn't a full operational year, and we were using ESSER or COVID monies for a lot of our purchasing, such as specialized custodial supplies and materials and things of that nature. So we got some what I would call unusual relief to the budget that particular year. And of that $509,000 that was contributed, we are budgeting $219,000 to include the $500,000 requested from you all of that for next year. So we do indeed have $219,000 of that budgeted to balance the budget in our $500,000 increase request to you all.
If over the last couple of years, if there was increases in the salaries of these nurses, why did we not address this prior to this year to make up for what I think what you used the word as even or getting us to whole in the nurse funding? Why did we not address that prior to, or did we?
Well, again, we were able to absorb those nurses, even though we didn't ask for increased funding from you all, just into our overall local budget through other line items and cost savings. But we've gotten to the point now to where due to inflation, things have been so diluted that it's caught up to us, to be quite honest with you.
And I think you and I have talked, and you have about 3.3 million in your fund balance now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
What do you have in ESSER funds that are available to use?
What do we have unbudgeted? I'm just look it up and say. Excuse me, Dr. Alton's going to check. I apologize. I don't have the answer to that question immediately. We do have some unbudgeted ESSER funds at this point, but I don't think that's too significant.
I think it's 20% has to be attributed to learning loss.
20% has to be attributed to learning loss, John, if you didn't hear that.
No, sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Substitutes, specialized tutoring, things like that.
Mm-hmm. So Keith, was it in your, did you consider maybe using some of that 500,000 that you reverted over to your fund balance to try to help you out here? Or was that, what was the reason?
Well,
not trying to drill you down as to why you put it in fund balance, but just give me another explanation why that occurred.
Yeah, and we're budgeting 219,000 of that to balance this budget.
Mm-hmm.
So that what that contains is 219,000 of our fund balance, and then an additional 500,000 request to the county. Again, the contribution to the fund balance in the 2021 year, it wasn't a fully operational year, so we experienced a lot of utilities and different varied cost savings as being not fully operational, and a lot of specialized COVID cleaning and custodial supply purchases relieving our local budget, and that's how we were able to accomplish that.
Okay. I still would like to say that with, you know, I don't know whether a lot of people know that fund balance is county money. That's not federal money. That's not state money. That's money that we've been able to help the schools with, you know, to make sure that you're able to have operating expenses. Because I know you have to pay money out up front a lot of times before you get your money from the state, because as we all know, we don't know when the budget process will happen. It typically doesn't happen on time, and sometimes you have to wait. So that was the reason for the questioning that I went down this road on. But I want everybody to also understand, you know, we haven't lost any nurses. We still have the 14 nurses, you know, that's in their position. So you're saying to us that where you're having some issues is the fact that some of the benefits have increased. Obviously, wages have increased, benefits have increased, and insurances have increased. Some of these things we have no control over, that they're state mandated anyway. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, you are correct. Okay. Although they are paid locally, the wage increases and the employer benefits costs are mandated by the state. That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions I have currently.
Thank you, Commissioner Carswell. Other questions for Keith?
Mr. Chairman, Keith, at your current fund balance, what is the percentage of that against your budget?
2.7% against our total operating budget. Of our local current expense budget, it's 19.2%.
And Keith, just to follow up, kind of going down the path that Commissioner Carswell mentioned, the $500,000 that were moved to the savings account or general fund, whatever you want to call it, and you're moving 200 and something odd thousand to help balance the budget. I just want to know the reason you wouldn't commit the monies that went unused last year toward this, as opposed to asking us for 500,000. That would lower it to whatever it is, 250. What's your reasoning for not using those monies and then lowering the ask?
Well, if I may, because we were actually making this decision, and Margaret asked that specifically when we were having our Board of Education meeting Monday night. Well, our board was in session, so I couldn't ask. So I asked that the entire request as originally presented be included. If I may, as a maybe counter to that, since the 509,000 was contributed to our fund balance in the previous year, as a compromise, if we received $254,000 to make the nurse funding whole, it would take the remainder of that 509,000 that we contributed to fund balance to balance the budget.
And see, that's to me, that just makes sense. I mean, we're partners, and I want to make sure y'all are whole, obviously. Because coming from a long line of educators, I mean, I know how tough it is, and y'all have always been great partners with us. So, I could see the school nurses, my personal opinion, that we just make you whole on those. If you are willing to commit, those unused monies, that's just my opinion. Gentlemen, how do y'all feel?
Wayne Abley, I'm a little mixed on this. I probably at this time would vote to turn it down. I'm just really mixed.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
I would be good with that suggestion. I really don't think the county ought to be the backdrop for the school's fund balance, but if Keith and the school board is comfortable with their fund balance, and it sounds like it's okay to me, I think that's a good compromise.
Commissioner Carswell?
Give me just a minute. Go to Commissioner Taylor, please.
Commissioner Taylor?
Well, Mr. Chairman, since they are our employees, and the cost increase is not questionable, I guess would be the word. We don't have a whole lot of choice. It's kind of like going to the gas pump, and you don't want to pay that other $2 a gallon for gas, but if you're going to ride, you better pay the $2 for gas. Either way is good for me. If they could come up with half of that 5, it would be wonderful. But we're at 16, and Margaret, you correct me. We're at 16,389,113 for their budget. Adding that 5 would bring it to 16,800. Is that correct?
No, sir. Their current budget is 16,049,205.
So if we did the school nurse, just the school nurse request to make them whole, we're looking at basically, Margaret, 16,300.
Yes, sir.
16,800.
Well, if we granted the 253,000 for the nurses, and you add that to the 16,049,000 already committed, we're looking at 16.3 million for the school budget for this year. Am I correct, Margaret?
Yes,
If
sir.
we were to do that, okay, thank you. Other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, I hate we've got to this point to where that these increase in wages and benefits and everything have gone up over the number of years, however many number of years that's been, and that we didn't fund it prior to coming in here today, which has caused a lot of controversy. And I think we're all aware there's a lot of people have taken to social media and kind of using this as an emotional blackmail against us. I think we have funded, we want to fund. And I remember when the hospital used to help fund some of these nurses, and now we're over to the point where we've taken that duty up, duty or whatever you want to call it, but we do fund the 14 nurses. The schools need the nurses. Obviously, I'm glad that they're there. So I still, as we have told Margaret in our budget process, these inflationary increases, we don't know what they're going to be coming up. Nobody has a clue. These are probably, some of these are false inflationary scare tactics. And, from the federal government, it flows down to the state government and state back on to us. And we're on the tail end getting mandates from Raleigh on how we do these things. I don't have a problem with now. This is an after the fact of the 253,803 to make the nurses whole again. But I want to remind everybody, we took $2 million out of our fund balance to balance our budget this year without increasing the taxes or anything to the citizens. So I think we've done a pretty good job, or we've done an excellent job on making sure that we can balance out our budget, but we're going to have to use fund balance. A lot of questions about schools having fund balances anyway, and we could beat that to death from now to a long time from now. So, but I'm okay with schools having a fund balance, but I just hate we're in a position we are today that this is where we have to be. But Mr. Chairman, I don't think I have a problem right now making the 14 full-time positions, correcting that and getting those increases in benefits back to what Keith has referred to as even, or getting them whole in a nurse funding line item.
So is that figure of 500,000 going to stand then?
Well, what we're what's being talked about, Commissioner Abley, is Keith would use, is willing to commit it to the 500,000+ that was left over from our budget, last year's budget, committing those instead of half the funds, using all those funds that that are left over from last year, which would leave us basically 253,000 to make just the nurses whole. So we're looking at roughly $250,000 commitment to get the school system whole at this point.
All right, thank you.
Does that make sense, sir?
Yes, sir, thank you. So the 500,000 is off the table, it'll be 250.
Yes, sir. Well, it could still be on the table if you wish to do that, but what we're doing is a compromise, Keith, and this is why we're such great partners with the school system. I mean, life's compromise. I mean, you know, it is frustrating, yet, you know, county isn't a pit, but on the other hand, we got to make sure our partners are healthy and whole. And, you know, before we started, and I'll remind anybody that's watching, before we started items for discussion today, we'd already committed, I think, Margaret, $2 million. Over $2 million. I think the figure was $2,064,000 of our fund balance. Luckily, we've been very we're financially sound. We're able to do this, and you know, so but it's tough. I mean, we're going into our savings account, and that's before the commitment to, you know, enclosed trailers, the F3ST, you know, and this. So, you know, we are going significantly go into fund balance. So I wanted to just kind of echo that as Commissioner Carswell. We do have it, but once again, we can't leave our, you know, in my opinion, can't leave our partners in the lurch. So, and this is obviously an important issue. So, but it is frustrating. So,
Mr. Chairman, I want to say one more thing before we close. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I want to make sure
Yes,
I
sir.
get this. You know, we are still committing over $16 million to the schools. Yeah. And prior to this current new board, well, when we was working with the previous board, we have always said that the schools can come back to us. And I think Keith and Dr. Swan are cognizant of the fact we said, if the schools need to come back to us, they can always come back to us. We've left that door open for them to come back. And there was commitments from the prior board and the prior superintendent, and everyone was aware of the fact that this county commission has the door open. If anything comes up at that school, that they can come back to us and for reconsideration of anything. And I want to make sure the public understands that we've never closed that door. And as long as I'm here, I'll never close that door. We'll always leave it open to the schools. I say that's a $16 million, $16+ million is a great commitment to the schools system right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Carswell. And I will say, for those that don't know, I think most everyone on here is aware, but if there's anybody in the general public, we've had a great partnership and continue to have a great partnership with the school system. We sit down on a quarterly basis, the chair and vice chair from both, and our finance officer, school superintendent, our county manager. So we get together quite often. So there's no surprises. There's just sometimes, you know, cost increases. You can't help what, has been said, inflation happens, and wish it didn't, but you know, we do, like I said, Keith, would you feel comfortable this would make your, the school system whole if we committed the 253?
Yes, sir. As I said, if you committed the 253 to make nurse funding whole, it would require the allocation of that remaining 500,000 contribution on our part last year to balance the budget. Okay. And I'm confident that that would put us in a good place for next year.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, we've heard the proposal for funding the school nurses. That would be an increase of $253,803 to make the school system whole, with them committing the funds that were left over from last year. I think it's a great compromise. So we'll put it to a.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, one comment, then, if you will. I was listening to what Johnny said, and remembering during what I call a recession, the sales tax, Article 49 and 46, I believe it's called, had gotten down to around the $5.5 to $6 million range. Today, that's back up over, I think, slightly over 10 million. Is that correct, Johnny? That was those two. And on the behalf of the school board, and I say this mostly for the taxpayers that tend to share a lot of the budget for many different things, but that money is dedicated to paying for school construction and maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. And I've said this time and time again, one of the smart things that Commissioners Board did before even Wayne and I were on the board was dedicate that to the school board for that purpose. And, you know, that we've got as good as schools in our county as many counties around us that have a whole lot more money to play with and to work with than we do. But just as a sideline, that, you know, there's a lot that's going on with the school board that comes from tax dollars other than property tax, which helps our citizens, is what I'm trying to say. It reduces the tax they'd be paying the county if we had to pick up that bill or that cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Appreciate those comments. And one, this is maybe a little, just, you know, just picking your brain a little bit, Keith, here. I was reading the material about fund balances and some materials actually Commissioner Carswell had forwarded to me. And, you know, I was looking at the LGC recommends that districts have an agreement with their county about how much their fund balance should be. You work with other, obviously your peers. Do you find that most counties do have an agreement with the school system that where they're, because y'all aren't required to have a fund balance, number one, but number two, do most counties say, okay, keep, you know, for instance, Burke County, $1 million, whatever it is. Do you find that prevalent across the state or not?
I don't, at least the folks in our region, and we have we meet via Zoom just like as we're doing now weekly, all the finance officers. If they do have that formalized, I'm not aware, but I will raise that question next week to my peers and see what their answer is.
And
I'll certainly be happy to look into that.
Yeah, and it's just not saying that that's what I'm asking for. I was just reading some materials and that jumped out to me that I know that's not, I'm not sure that I was aware that that was whether a common practice or not, but just, you know, next time we meet, I'd just like to know the answer to that because I really do not know what the percentage is. Gentlemen, any other questions or comments? I see Commissioner Carswell's got one.
Mr. Chairman, one more comment. We had instructed Margaret to take a look at our not ESSER, but our ARPA monies to see if there was any way that it could compensate for these shortages that Keith has mentioned here. So we still want her to do that. That is correct.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think that would be, we're going to make them whole, whether it comes out of general fund, but first, like you said, have Margaret look into those funds to see if we can use those funds for this specific use. So gentlemen, that being said, are we willing to commit the $253,803 and this budgetary request? Commissioner Abley?
Yes.
Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, sir.
And I do as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Keith, Mike. Appreciate what y'all do.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
before we go on, could we take about a 2-minute recess?
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, let's recess for a quick 2 minutes.
I was gonna have to make it back. Let's say.
So much. Yes, sir. Everybody needs that. Oh, we got a break.
Jeff, that was a good idea. I'm in the middle of doing laundry, so that was a good laundry break.
Thank you.
When are you flying out?
Tuesday.
Okay. Wait another minute for Commissioner Carswell.
I'm back, Mr. Chairman. I'm just having some congestion issues. No problem.
Johnny, I have to just show you, you can tell what I'm eating here on the side. Best peanuts in the world, Mr. Friendly's. All right. Well, we'll continue back from recess. We'll reconvene and we'll move on to item number 6, reconsideration of a request for a transport van for animal services. And this will be presented by our good friend Alan Wood, who I'm surprised is not on the golf course.
Well, I have to be here to take care of the pets. So, you know, there are some things that take precedence over playing golf. It's hard for me to believe, but I do want to thank you, gentlemen, for your diligence on these matters. These are never easy choices, and if you've never studied and looked through the budget process, you have no idea the choices that have to be made. So thank you, and thank you for allowing us to come and ask for reconsideration on this. The Animal Services Foundation is a relatively new nonprofit that was established specifically to support our animal services in Burke County. And we have been supporting this transportation program for the last 14 months and have provided roughly $2,500 to cover cost of transporting gas, et cetera, to make these trips. We have been using a van of a volunteer, and we appreciate the use of that van, but it is, I'm trying to figure out how to say this nicely, but I certainly wouldn't want to have to ride in the back of it for 12 hours. Okay. It's just not very seeming to put pets that we're taking for transfer, but we do appreciate the use of it. What we are proposing is that if the county would set aside up to $20,000, that the Animal Services Foundation would provide the balance of those funds to purchase a van. And once we know that that money is available, we would start shopping. We currently have roughly $11,500 that we've already acquired through fundraising and a couple of grants we've received. And we believe we probably have the balance of that money in 6 to 9 months to fully purchase this van. And then we are looking for additional money to upfit it, which is about $4,400. What this has, it has a positive impact on our local budget for the county. We transferred, since 2021, there have been 757 pets relocated to other areas where there's a shortage of animals. Yeah, I'm looking through these numbers, and I think they're probably very conservative in that one unaltered female cat can produce, in the course of a lifetime, several thousand kittens. So we're looking at 3,785. That's probably a really conservative number. But if you just take half of those 3,785 over the lifetime of those animals being in care of animal services, you're looking at a cost of $400,000, which would, this gives you a payback on this in less than a year. And these are costs that were provided to me by Animal Services of Burke County. So we got pretty solid numbers on this. And that's just using a volunteer van and a volunteer driver. This van would also have other uses. We can take it out for adoption programs that we will be supporting. And we're also running some training programs that we have grant funding for, and we could use it for those as well as, so it would be multi-use. What we're proposing is that Animal Services would take ownership of this, since if it is a county-owned van, it can only be driven by a county employee. So we would then take care of the insurance and the liability, and we would vet who is driving and transporting these animals to these other areas. So just to give you a quick summation, I think the original request was $38,000. We're asking now to consider $20,000, and we would not ask for that money to be provided until we had raised the balance of the funds and had a commitment on what we were purchasing, which we believe would happen earlier in this upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you, Alan. Gentlemen, questions, comments for Alan?
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman, Maynard Taylor, a couple, I think he answered one of the questions that I had in his presentation. And that was, what about the cost of insurance, and which he said they would pay. But also the cost of operating the vehicle and the maintenance of the vehicle would have to be considered in this formula. And I don't know what that would be. And that brings me to a second consideration, which would be, Alan, if you found a good used van at half the price that would have lots of life left in it, would that be something that you would want to consider?
Absolutely. On that, we were really waiting till we got a little closer to what we thought was a reasonable purchase price before we started shopping. I think our first choice would be to find a gently used vehicle with a lot of life in it. If we do as we're proposing, then we would have the ownership, and so the service and the maintenance, insurance, et cetera, would be at our cost. And we would set aside funds from what we have. So, you know, we've had these segregated. We have specific money that's been donated just for the purchase of this. We also have monies that are free that we can use for specific items or for any general operations. So we would have money to cover the maintenance, the insurance, et cetera, and the cost of running these transports out of town.
One more question, Mr. Chairman. When you said transport these animals, where do we transport them? Who to?
They're usually to northern states. I know Maine is a destination, Connecticut, up to Rhode Island. They've even gone as far as Canada, I think, on some of these transports. They have very strict rules there on the having unaltered pets. So they actually have a scarcity of adoptable animals. And so we work with nonprofits, animal services, and other nonprofits in those communities that are vetted. And we transport these and hand them off directly to those nonprofits.
Thank you.
Other comments, gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman, it's Jeff. This might be a question for Margaret. In our budget, I think I recall we were going to trade out a van, and in the 4-H program, would it be possible for us to surplus the van that we're currently using, if that's the plan, to the foundation? I don't know what the value of that might be. It may be $20,000. It may be more or less. I'm not suggesting they would use it for their purpose, but I guess that's not out of the realm of possibility either. But is that something we could do in this case?
We could not give it to them. Surplus can't be given to a nonprofit without some specific procedures being followed. I don't believe that van is going to be usable for such a long trip, though. That's one of the reasons we're replacing it, is there's concern about taking it very long distances.
Yeah, I wasn't proposing it to be used for the purpose, but I thought maybe a trade value or a value at the current price of used vehicles, you know, might be close to that value they're asking from us.
No, I don't believe that van would have any kind of value such as that. We were hoping to surplus it for on Gov Deals for maybe thousands, our estimate, maybe $1,500. Sometimes we're surprised at those sales, but because it's got several minor mechanical issues and coming up on some significant repairs, we don't anticipate it being of great value. However, we can't award vehicles to a nonprofit without a purchase process. I'll have to pull the statutes out to be specific about exactly what those are, but I know we can't give equipment to nonprofits or fire departments or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments, questions, gentlemen? Okay. There being none, what's the board's pleasure?
Well, Scott, I think they need to continue doing what they're doing. They're looking for a used van, and I think we just got to give them time to do that.
So you're in agreement with what they're asking for, Commissioner Abley?
100%.
Okay. Commissioner Britton?
I'm okay with it.
Commissioner Carswell?
I'm okay with it and very pleased to see that the foundation is putting skin in the game too, raising as much money as they can to help pay for the van. And it's very encouraging, and I really appreciate that so much.
Commissioner Taylor?
Mr. Chairman, it's a matching fund. They're coming up with almost 50% of it. And I think the motion should be up to 20, so that if they do find a good use and it comes in and saves us some money, we'd appreciate that too. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I'm in agreement with the other commissioners. So Margaret, let's move forward with that, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Yeah, I was wondering if we could let Caitlin talk to you a little bit about a position she would appreciate reconsideration over.
Yes, sir. And Alan, thanks for your presentation.
Thank you very much, and I really do appreciate your support.
I'll see you on the golf course soon.
Hope so.
All right. Is Caitlin with us?
I am here, and I appreciate you guys taking time to listen to this reconsideration. This is something that is kind of near and dear to my heart too. I don't know why I get so emotional now, but I just want to speak to you. You know, we have a lot of programs and everything going on at Animal Services, and we are kind of at a standstill on anything else that we can take on without additional help. So we are requesting 2 more Animal Services technicians to come in and help with our animal care, because that is a big chunk of our day. You know, I have a formula here. We spend about 15 minutes a day per animal caring for them. So on average, we care for about 60 to 80 animals within a shelter, within our shelter in a given day. So that adds up to about 15 to 20 hours of just caring and cleaning of these animals. As of right now, we have 2 Animal Services technicians that they are dedicated solely to animal care and cleaning. This doesn't include any other duties that they pick up along the way. Of course, I step in, our coordinator steps in and helps with all of those. And there's just not enough hours in the day to even care for the animals properly in our shelter, which leads to capacity of care. So we have to look at, you know, how we're scheduling our owner surrenders, which does not help the community whenever they actually need help. So I think if, you know, we want to operate more efficiently and continue to serve our community the best we can and our 4-legged friends, adding these 2 positions are absolutely crucial. You know, I do understand it's a big request, and I really appreciate you guys giving us money for the van. That's very exciting. So I do have some other options, and something that I had just found out about in a meeting, well, a training that I had. It was hosted by Charlotte Meck, and they do a wonderful job down there. We follow a lot of what they're doing. Of course, they're very large and have a lot of resources, and that's something that we strive to be one day. But they, of course, we're very seasonal. So this time of year, we're kittens, puppies are just coming in right and left. Our winter months are a little bit slower, and that's whenever we tend to step up our programs, host, you know, foster recruitment parties, try to recruit everybody to come in and help us. so seasonal, they bring in, they contract with a temporary company and they bring in seasonal work through the busy months to help with cleaning and care of duty. So that is an option. And I do have numbers on that, on what that may look like, but I don't know if contracting with a temp agency would have any fee associated with it. But my request would be to bring on the 2 full-time animal services technicians to help take care of animals within our shelter. As of right now, we do have our animal control officers who help us some in the mornings and on the weekends. And those guys really need to be on the road. We really need to start building their reputation within the community. We need to get them canvassing these neighborhoods with education. And, you know, it's hard to do that whenever they're running a bunch of calls because they're helping here at the shelter as well. So I just think for efficiency and to provide better services for our community, these 2 positions are really needed.
Thank you, Caitlin. Gentlemen, questions? No questions?
Mr. Chairman, how many employees would that make the animal control system have? What would this add?
We currently have a director, a coordinator, and 2 animal services technicians for the shelter. And we have an animal enforcement supervisor and 2 animal enforcement officers for a total of 7 staff members.
Margaret, can you flip back a couple years? How many employees did we have for that entity before the county took over the animal control?
I believe it was 4, 1 in the office and 3 officers. That's off the top of my head.
The total for these requested 2 positions is over 35,000. Is that correct?
Each. Yes, sir.
What does that bring the total cost for that operation, for that entity?
If the 2 positions were added to the recommended budget plus the
Yes.
20,000. 1 second. $642,630.
Ouch. Oh. What was it last year's cost when it was under the sheriff's department?
I don't have that number in front of me. The current budget is $481,005. That's in your material.
Caitlin, how would you see using temporary or part-time type help for that kind of position?
So our biggest need are through the months of May through October, which is 6 months, but I would request to bring on any temporary employees in April for a 7-month span. That way I could get them trained and get them ready for these big influxes of animals. I would see a need for them at 25 to 30 hours a week, at least. So that would be, a 7-month period with about 25 to 30 hours for 2 positions within the shelter to help at $13.25 an hour. I don't know if I was supposed to calculate that.
Where does the $13.25 per hour come, Caitlin?
I took the 27,307. I think I actually did 27,500 and divided it out.
Thank you.
Caitlin, one question I have, you don't have any space now. So how are you going to accommodate whether we do 2 or 1 more employee where we are now? I mean,
yeah, that was a concern, and that's the reason I've not ever requested any more management roles that would require desk space and a computer. But with our animal services technicians, they can share computers. Their main priority is going to be in the back dealing with the animals in the kennels. So we do have space to accommodate staff members for that, but we wouldn't have space to accommodate any management positions.
Caitlin, how many animals on average do we keep a day?
So like I had mentioned, we are pretty seasonal, but as of right now, within our shelter, we are averaging about, for this month, we have averaged 72 animals in our care in our facility. I did take the liberty of going through and talking to my staff individually, just as a casual conversation, like, you know, what would be your number that you feel like, number of animals that you feel like you could care for on a daily basis? That means making sure they're eating, drinking, being cared for. And everybody said 10 animals. So if you take 4 staff members who are comfortable with or overseeing 10 animals in their care, that's only 40 animals that we are really comfortable being able to provide the care that they need. And we're going way above and beyond that whenever we bring animals into our care.
But you do have volunteers, correct? That help with.
We do have volunteers. It's very hard to retain volunteers for cleaning. So reliable volunteers for those duties is not something that we have. Volunteers want to come in and, you know, play with animals and work at our adoption events, which is great, but we don't have a great facility to let people play with animals. I mean, our cat room's in the Sally Port. We don't really have a dog yard or meet and greet spaces. So it's hard to retain reliable volunteers and work for that service.
Other questions, thoughts, comments, gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman, I think I heard Caitlin correct that she had 72 dogs in her animal shelter, as 72 animals, excuse me, in the shelter today at this point.
That was an average throughout the month. I don't know how many we have right off, but I would say we have close to 60 to 65 in here today.
Well, if we picked a number of 100 and divided it by 9 employees, that's less than $10 a day per employee. I'm not in your position, so I hate to make this statement, but I need to make this statement for the budget, okay? That seems like a little high. You know, I think if we used to operate that with 4 employees, certainly 7 ought to be enough. But I can't make that decision since I don't know the ins and outs of your day-to-day business actions. But I'm looking at 3 times the budget, 300% increase over 3 years ago. That's what you're recommending that we do.
I completely understand where you're coming from, and I do appreciate that. I will speak and say that we don't operate the same at all as what they used to. It doesn't cost people much money to hold a dog for 3 days and euthanize it, or a cat. You know, if that's what the board wants, I'm not going to be here to, you know, be able to do that. I just don't have that in my heart, and we're trying to reach for something a little more, you know, something these animals actually need. So our programs, our staffing is the only way we can progress on these programs that our community absolutely needs to care for these animals.
Chair Mulvey, this is Margaret. I went back real quickly while you were talking, and it was 5 in the former sheriff's office, not 4. There was 1 office person, a lieutenant, a sergeant, and 2 officers.
Thank you, Mark. I was on mute there.
Mr. Chairman, this is the vice chair.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Caitlin, if you had to pick, would you pick one full-time or would you pick part-time personnel right now? And I would like to make the other further comment that a number of years ago, and everybody's getting to make their comments, so I'm going to make mine today. Years ago, that place was a killing machine. That's probably some of the reasons we didn't have as many animals there. And since Caitlin's entrance, along with others, I think we've changed our philosophies on how we want to take care of our four-legged friends, which is a step up from what I think we used to do. So there, I said it. So your comment about one versus part-time.
Yes, so what would benefit the most, I think, would be a full-time position that would allow us to provide additional animal care and hopefully progress on some of the programs that we have throughout the year instead of just in this 7-month time period.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. So Caitlin, you're asking for 2 positions. That's we got to balance out, like Commissioner Taylor said, we keep adding employees, which are needed in certain departments. And I think you do, in my viewpoint, from what you're saying, do need one. I don't know if I would commit to 2 right out of the box, but I think 1 might be a reasonable balance and see how that works, as opposed to jumping in with both feet and hiring 2 folks. And then we can revisit it in a year, because once we make the hires, it's a recurring expense. So we got cognizant of that. So I kind of try to want to balance, because you can see as today, we've agreed to a lot of money over and beyond what the has been presented to us. So, I think just in my opinion, that might be a reasonable suggestion.
Mr. Chair.
I agree, and I will take that. I think, if everybody agrees on it, that would be extremely helpful.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Jeff. Again, question perhaps for Margaret. In terms of cost, what would 2 part-time employees be against 1 full-time employee?
Is the 25 to 30 hours a week total between the 2, or is each going to work 25 to 30 hours?
I would need that for each.
Okay, and through a temp agency or hired with us?
Temp agency.
Okay, you'll have to give me a second to do calculations.
That was for a 7-month period, not a full year, correct?
Yes, 7-month period.
Mr. Chairman, while we waiting on those figures, Caitlin, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Did the iron leggings come in?
Did who?
The iron leggings. We're going to tie you to the chair and I'll let you go. How's that?
I've not seen those iron leggings yet.
Okay.
Commissioner Taylor, I will be meeting with her Tuesday.
Pardon?
I'll be meeting with her Tuesday to discuss that.
Oh, okay.
This is Margaret. A quick rough number. Temp agency tends to charge more because they have overhead and fees. So I use $15. I use 30 hours a week for 28 weeks, which is approximately 7 months. And it appears to be $25,200 based on those numbers.
And the 1 full-time position would be how much?
Approximately $35,500.
I think, Mr. Chair, I would be more in favor of trying the 2 part-time positions, just kind of see how that works.
Okay. Other questions,
Mr.
comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one thing about part-timers, and instead of going through a service. But I look at that position as two people making up whatever, 44, 48 hours a week. And they would be permanent, somewhat permanent part-timers, not week to week or month to month. They'd have a full-time, part-time job, if that makes sense.
I tend to agree with you, Commissioner Taylor. I think a 7-month employee, it's going to be hard to retain. If you could use part-time, year round in some sort of fashion, I think you'd be much more successful retaining those people.
Well, the other fact is if you pay $15 an hour, a certain amount of that money goes to the hiring, renting facility. And if we did it on our own, they'd get the full dollar amount paid for the position per hour.
Right.
So part-time positions, what are you suggesting 2, Jeff?
I'm sorry.
Are you suggesting 2 part-time?
I think so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it might be better that we top a number off instead of 35, say 30,000, and whichever way she comes out the best, it's okay with me, whether it's 2 part-times. But I believe in that situation, 2 part-timers that's full, and understand they got to be there every day and got to be there at the hours designated every day, might be a better angle of getting constant help. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Other comments? So gentlemen, it sounds like we want to commit. We really need a number for Margaret to put in the budget for 2 part-timers, if that seems to be the position of the board. Thoughts, Commissioner Carswell?
I can certainly live with the 2 part-timers, so that will take care of an immediate need that Caitlin has, and along with supplying the van. And then we, as we move down the road, we can take a look again at additional help when we finally decided when we can get our construction project on the road.
So Margaret, just for clarity, when you did your figures, and obviously that can be adjusted a little bit, Commissioner Taylor mentioned 30,000. You said you did a rough estimate. It was going to be roughly 25.
I did, but I'm making a real guess at what a temp agency would charge.
So you would just need clarity and say, we're willing to commit 30,000 to.
If we have a dollar amount, we can work with Caitlin on how many hours that allows her once we get a price from a agency. And as long as she doesn't exceed the amount you set, we should be good.
Margaret, could this not be handled kind of like we do our part-time folks that
I lost you.
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, I think he froze up. There he is. Okay. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, could we look at this part-time kind of like we do our convenience site locations, those guys?
Yes, sir. In that we set a dollar amount, and how many hours and how many people they're able to use is up to them. She may find that she can have more people for less hours, but as long as the dollar amount's not exceeded, that's acceptable budget as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Okay.
So 30,000, gentlemen, seems to be the consensus. Commissioner Abley, thoughts?
I'm on board.
You're on board? Okay. Commissioner Taylor, it sounds like you're on board, correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Okay, Margaret, we'll move forward with the, we'll just put a dollar amount of 30,000 on there and let Caitlin have discretion.
Thank you.
Much.
You're very welcome. Great. Well, gentlemen, I think that's all from Animal Services. So we can move on to our budget presentation request by our Deputy County Manager, Planning Director, Alan Glines. Alan, you still there?
Yes, sir. I sure am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, County Manager, Commissioners, Deputy County Manager Pierce, and Madam Clerk. Thank you all for help today. We're going to look at this. We have a few slides that we shared with you all, and don't know if y'all can see those. We're getting there. We have a request for 3 different items today. One's a permit tech. I'll be presenting on that. One is a planner, might be called a trail planner. Shane's going to share information on that. And we have a small opportunity fund request we're going to go over with you. The permit tech position is needed at the front desk. This is our permit office. We have 1 person there now. We're gonna share with you how this process works for permits coming into Burke County, and they're typically they're brought in by hand. Somebody usually brings that in. Occasionally they're emailed in, and sometimes they're mailed. We give ourselves a chance to review that application. It could be a zoning permit, a building permit, shoreline permit, piers, rezonings, and other things. But we create a record through Munis, and Munis is it's a very data-rich program, and it's not at all intuitive. In fact, you have to enter every bit of data, find the data, perhaps create the data, locate the data, match it up, and in some cases, we're actually creating new data because there's things that aren't up to date yet. So it's a time-consuming process for that front desk person trying to enter in the permit process. Sometimes the owner is new and we have to enter that in as a record. We have to find that owner. Sometimes it's a new address because there's subdivision. We have to create an address for that. And then every permit requires that the contractors are identified and linked to this record. And it's like the permit would be is issued and the payment is made. Currently payments, if it's not the same day, we do try for same day, but if it's not the same day, the payment has to either be mailed in or it has to be brought back in by check. We don't have an online payment system yet, and I know we're working on that process. So we have a very labor intensive system with Munis, but we're hopeful and we're working on any improvements we can make for automation or making it a little bit more streamlined to the benefit of the customers who are builders and developers for Burke County. So we're hopeful and working on all that. Let's see here. I was going to say just one thing there real quick. Okay, thank you. We did issue over 3,200 permits in 2021. What I'll say is this is interesting. A new home permit for new construction, it can require up to 10 to 15 inspections per house. And this depends on the complexity of the home, decks and other things and multiple stories and bathrooms, all that sort of stuff makes it very complicated. Lots of visits by our our inspectors. Commercial can often be a lot more too. And I want to note that the Valdez Hospital, which just broke ground recently, $38 million project, our building inspector will be handling that for the inspections for that. And there'll be times during that process where they'll either be on site all day or all week, depending on where they are in the construction process for that. And like I said, over time, we hope to make more online services to make that customer experience, the builder experience, more streamlined and efficient for their time. It's our goal, but we know that will take years to get there. The next slide is an actual Munis screen. This is kind of what we work with. And there's a lot of options there to fill in information. In fact, a lot of the permits require something to be filled in most of those places. So we're finding data, creating data, linking things up. The next slide, please. So I did a little bit of comparison to our peer communities and counties with similar populations across the state. and some neighboring counties. And I wanted to see how many building permit staff they operate with. Most of them operate with more inspectors and more permit support staff. This is that front desk type of positions. And I'll note this I asked her about the building permit staff. In many communities, these are the zoning permit staff and the building permit staff are actually separate functions, separate departments. And in Burke County, it's combined. But you'll see from most of the comparisons is our peer communities are operating with a larger staff number. And I was looking at Caldwell, trying to understand that. My best recollection on when I call them is that that's the building permit person. They actually have someone in Caldwell who does zoning permits as well, someone separate. Next slide, please. So the inspection scheduling is that big part of the work. You know, not only is it the getting that permit in the system in Munis, but then it's the inspection record, and that comes next. Next slide, please. We've provided kind of how that process works. It's primarily a paper system, and we were able to create a savings. It's mainly a staff time and convenience savings, time savings for our builders by creating that online form. And what that does is they can, through an online process, the QR code, and go online and actually fill in information to submit a inspection request electronically. So the savings for that is that we don't have to get a phone call, and that's how it used to be done. Right about the time I came here last fall, Shane was doing some analysis, and we averaged the front desk person up there received approximately 77 phone calls a day on average. And a fair bit of those, I'd say probably 2/3 were, hey, what about my inspection? Can I get an inspection started? So the QR code, that card saves them time, and people are starting to use it. In fact, they're really asking for us to bring more things online for them to make that interface with Burke County a little bit simpler and more effective. But what happens is the request comes in either phone call or the electronic, we hope, and we have to write that into an inspection book. And what that does is it basically holds a spot for them in that day. So we kind of tie up a spot in the schedule for them. The next step is the administrative staff. Our staff goes into Munis. That record, they have to find the right active permit based on the permit number. They enter the type of inspection requested. You know, there's all manner of inspections for construction. It could be rough ends or foundation or framing and all other sorts of things. They have to figure out which one that is, the date requested, and which inspector. And then they have to print a hard copy of that, and it's called a field sheet. We give that field sheet to the inspectors, and they take it out with them to the job. The inspector completes their inspection, and the item either passes or fails. They then enter results into Munis, and that's part of that official record for building inspections. Now, many people want to be called back, emailed back with those results. So sometimes some of those calls are people checking in and, hey, did I pass? We are happy to have that QR code process. We want to do more of those kinds of things. And folks have become accustomed to it, and they're asking for more types of online interfaces. One of them might be eventually a go online and fill out your application, submit it. At least it creates a record in Munis, and it starts that official record that we would from there on work with. So we're open to doing that. We're really hopeful to do that. Next slide, please. So really, we're kind of at our limit. We're at our limit from a staffing standpoint. And without that, we're just holding the line, trying to keep up on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. And I want to wrap up with this final slide. You all have seen that. This is a good news slide, right? So we've got a presentation asking for a position, but this is the good news part. Burke County's growing, and the permits are growing, and people are investing here. This is a permit comparison from 2016 to 2021, not completely new to you all. We shared it with you during that budget retreat. We had the same kind of comments. We're thrilled to see the numbers are up, and they're up in all categories. You see, we went from, in 2016, we issued 125 single-family home permits, and in last year, we completed 222 permits. Well, this year we're inspecting all that construction. You see, it kind of, you start with the permit and you end up with the inspections. So they kind of go together and track together. Our inspectors completed over 6,800 inspections in 2021. And meanwhile, the staff is working also on other permitting, including code enforcement. Now, we're constantly working on those items and we're trying to keep up with that. We're bringing cases to you. We have some in the June agenda. But anyway, I wrap up with this slide. We would appreciate your support on that position. But like I said, this is great news. This is a good problem for Burke County that we're growing. And so we're just trying to keep up with staffing. Thank you.
And so I'll take over from here. So the second position we're talking about today is a planner, and this was conceived from the presentation that we presented to the commission at the budget meeting for the development of the Fontaflora Trail. We presented our 7-year plan, and we were asked, how would we be able to, what could we do to complete that in 4-year plan? Instead, and I said that I'm your limiting factor. I am the person who handles the trail work, the design, the grants going for that, but also I have the responsibilities within the department. When I can conclude this presentation, I will be back up front assisting our new senior administrative specialist, who this is her first week. She's up front right now, so I will go take over so that she can have her lunch break and continue assisting her through the rest of the day as she gets up to speed with our process. So, we're limited by staff capacity. So this position would not only assist me for the development of the trail, which would be its primary position, but also help other functions of the department, which we'll get in through this presentation. So the first thing I want to say is just address the backlog of infrastructure needs for the existing Fontaflora Trail. And Kate, if you could go to the next slide, please. There's a number of things that we just do not have time right now to get to. We do the maps in-house, we do the trail signs, we do all the information going out, including kiosk signs. That has saved us tens of thousands of dollars, being able to do that in-house with the programs that are used by other professionals to complete these things. It gives us the control. We can make all the changes ourselves. It's a huge cost savings, but it requires staff time. So I have to redo our map. I bought one more year for us out of our current map, but the trail has grown so much, we're gonna have to change the whole scope of that map, which means I have to rebuild it from scratch. I'd love to do some updates on the trifold, the other sections of the trifold, but right now we've just been using the same thing that I started with because the time to print. Our kiosk maps are all out of date and not reflective of the actual trail that's built. So I'd need to rebuild those again from scratch. I think we have about 4 of them and new trailheads coming online. That's a tremendously labor intensive process, but be very expensive to hire that out and then have to request additional changes every time something new comes along from that outside entity, which just compounds that expense. And we currently have trail sections that are built, constructed, and being used that have no signage on it. And again, that all falls back to me. I'm doing the sign design, the information, and putting it out there. And it's just, I'm again the limiting factor of what we can get done in-house. Please go to the next slide. And addressing the main request from the commission was, how do we accelerate the trail construction? How do we move this into a 4-year project? If you, next slide, please. Right now, we're working on everything on this list that we had initially said we would. We've stayed on track with that, but as the year progresses, as things change, I'm actually looking at this list of, okay, what can I bump into next year? What do I have to keep going? So we're already, we're still on track, but I'm starting to look at what can I push into 2023 because it's already the middle of the year. And we're training a new staff member. I've got other things that are just taking longer because that's how it works with right-of-way acquisition. So I'm limited there. And also I'm missing our opportunity to get ahead, which is really important Our trail contractor, who we primarily use, really wants to come work for us, but I can't put a project together because I don't have the time. I've got the project. I don't have the time to get ahead and get on their schedule, which now would be into next year. So they're booked up through the year at this point. So as the Complete the Trails Fund money starts getting issued in the fall, we're going to start competing for trail contractors across North Carolina. And that's going to put us behind. If we can get them booked and onto their schedule, we can keep moving because we can add on projects while they're still here. But if they're working somewhere else, it's going to be hard to pull contractors into our region when we're competing against millions of dollars across our own state, let alone across the country. So if you could go to next slide, please. So 2023, we're still asking for the funding for number 4 Canal Bridge. And I'm hoping I can do that trail section between 7 and 9. Working on the easement between numbers 4 and 10 here, which allows us to actually accelerate the project. Getting ready to close, get all the details together for the Duke Energy easement, but as the board had accepted from Lake James Family Campground, the final easement between 4 and 10, we actually have a chance to accelerate this project and build between number 4 all the way to the Bridgewater boat launch together as a request for that Complete the Trails funding, which I still think we are in the best position out of any state trail in North Carolina to move forward and benefit from that funding with this work plan. But it comes back to our ability is limited by the time that I have in a day. And they seem like the time's going faster every time I look around. Let me go to the third slide or the next slide.
Shane, this vice chair, I want to stop you just a minute. You're going 100 miles an hour now. We're hearing several presentations this morning about Complete the Trails Fund. I must have been asleep somewhere. You're going to have to give me a little bit of update what the Complete the Trails Fund is, what the parameters are on it, so we can incorporate this into your presentation.
Yes, sir. My apologies. I'll take a deep breath and go with 30 seconds speaking, slow my words down as well. The Complete the Trails Fund is direct funding from the state of North Carolina that was appropriated to nonprofits representing each of the state trails. So all the sections that we have to build, or at least the majority of them in the near term, would be eligible for both Fauna Flora State Trail funding and Over Mountain Victory Trail funding. Fauna Flora received about $500,000 and OVT received 1.6, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, sounds right.
So that's $2.1 million of funding between the two. Now they're making sure that this funding is stretching to other municipalities, local governments, trail projects, and to help develop their trails as a whole. And at the same time, we benefit from both of them. And particularly with the Over Mountain Victory Trail, we're in the best position to move that project forward, which is about all of the sections on the south side of the lake and going down into Morganton. It's eligible for this funding. I think we are the furthest ahead out of any other sections of that trail in the state.
Okay.
Sorry, does that help answer your question, sir?
Yeah, it certainly answers the question. So the position that you're asking for, this Complete the Trails Fund is putting a little pressure on us to get some things done, correct?
Correct. We are working with both the Friends of Fauna Flora and Over Mountain Victory Trail Association for funding for the Canal Bridge project, which we've identified as our priority, and they have as well. So that has been approved by the state because for a funding opportunity, because it is actually going to be a poured sidewalk instead of just the natural surface trail that the funding is for, but they agree that it's such an important connection that it qualifies for that. We would like to put together other asks going into the year so that we can have projects ready to go for asking, but I don't want to put ahead anything that we can't follow up with. So I can't ask for more funding if I can't complete the project.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. So my third point is just to say that while the position, the trail planning position would support me in the development of this and other projects, there's also other things that that planner would do within the department. So it's not just tied to the trail. It also has the opportunity to assist. We've had just in the last year from the slide that in Alan's presentation, 281 code enforcement complaints and 184 shoreline permits. Each of those are handled by a single person. The code enforcement deputy covers the 550 square miles of the county, excluding Morganton. And we're reactionary to code enforcement complaints to abandoned manufactured housing or structures that have been burnt and are just languishing in the county. That goes through one person. So our ability to get ahead of those issues is stymied by staff time, as well as our zoning administrator is the one who handled all 184 of those shoreline permits. And the majority of those require a pretty labor intensive site visit. So half of his day, he's out in the field. So he's having to balance his time between observing the zoning permits, making decisions for zoning in the county, other planning projects, and also running the Board of Adjustment. So that position is needed within our department as a whole, and also to support the fauna flora construction projects. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, additional questions you have on this, or we can move on to our third item as well.
Hey, thank you, Shane. So this last item, we're really asking for just a small amount of money for our fund, be about $15,000. And what happens is projects come up and we have to get survey for them, or we need a little bit of work for them, or certain things. And we really don't have any available funds in our budget just to operate in that fashion. This is to allow us to be a little more efficient based on county manager, commissioner requests or priorities that kind of come along through the year. And I've been here since last October, and I've noticed a few times we've had to come up and ask you for very small amounts of money to take care of something. And one example comes to mind. It was the Harris-Wisnet trailhead on the fauna flora. An opportunity to buy that property came up, but we didn't have a survey for it. So we had to wait a month and come to the commission and get the $4,000 to hire out a survey. And so this kind of a small amount of money would just be used for those small projects to try to keep things moving along. I recall something with the Jonas Ridge convenience site and bog. We had to add more property. You remember that? And we had to bring in some, just get some more small funding to take care of a survey. I think that amount was like $3,000 to $4,000 as well. So we're asking for $15,000. What it would do is just save us a little time and let us be a little more nimble. And with that, I think that concludes the things that we're asking in community development.
Thank you for that presentation, gentlemen. Thoughts, comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, Maynard Taylor. Margaret, can you tell us how much overtime the planning department has turned in the last year? Or a period, it doesn't have to be the whole year.
I can pull that. It'll take me just a moment.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, while we're waiting, I'll just make one comment. Of course, in our office, we interact with the inspections quite a bit. And I think we
Mr. Britton, you freezing up a little bit.
Well, if we had some better charter communications out here in the hinterlands, it might be better.
You got to move to the city.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Could you please repeat that?
Okay, I'm sorry. In our office at Rutherford Electric, we interact with inspections quite a bit. We're notified all the time for new services, all kind of inspections, and it's not uncommon for us to get a call from our member or customer. Well, the inspector was here a day or two ago. What do you have that yet? And so I think I can probably say that we do need some more administrative staff to keep things moving on the front end of that operation. From my vantage point.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments while Margaret's pulling that?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We're a little bit after 12 o'clock. I don't know if y'all want to think about a lunch break or what.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that. I wanted to finish this item out of consideration, and then I was going to poll everyone to see what type of length of lunch break we will need. And while she's still pulling that information, gentlemen, after we conclude with Alan's presentation, what's your pleasure as far as a break for lunch?
I don't know how many items we got left, but
we've got DSS, then reconsideration of funding for Foothills Conservancy. We've got general services, and we got the sheriff. So probably going to need to take somewhat of a break.
Yeah. Is Kay going to deliver sandwiches?
Well, I didn't hear any food offered. I was wondering, but she was the first to text me to let me know it's about lunchtime.
Look, I would be happy to deliver food, but I'm not sure I can make it around everybody in time.
I'm an easy delivery. I'm just 3 blocks away. So just saying. But I think we do need to take a lunch break. I'm surprised Brian hadn't mentioned that he needs to go home and walk his dogs too. So so we'll finish this out, and then we will take what time is it?
About 12:15.
Would 45 minutes be enough? Are y'all fine with that? Or you need a full hour or 30 minutes? I'm at home, so it doesn't really matter to me. Tell me what everybody's pleasure is.
30 minutes, good for me.
Brian, does that give you enough time to get home and get back?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay, you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Britton, this is a good 30 minutes. Commissioner Abele?
Fine.
Commissioner Taylor?
I was thinking more like 4 hours. What do you think?
I think we're in our 4th hour as a problem.
Yeah.
But
30 minutes will be fine.
Okay, and then you fine with that, Commissioner Carswell?
I got Mole Brothers bologna in the fridge. I'm good.
I figured you did. And well, we'll finish this item out, and then
Mr. Chairman.
yes, ma'am.
Caleb can fill in or jump in if I'm going down the wrong path, but it'd probably just be easier for everybody to leave the meeting running.
Okay.
Then try to redo a new meeting and get everybody rejoined.
Yeah, we'll just go into recess, and everybody please just remember to mute and stop video.
Thank you.
Mr. Longley, oh, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Margaret. I went back, the easiest report to use was the one where we have to calculate comp earned during the year for a full fiscal year. So I went back to the last fiscal year and I show 112 hours total for the community development department and none for the building inspectors. This is your non-exempt staff is what I'm looking at.
Well, the reason for the question, Margaret, was would the overtime pay for this additional staff member is the question. And you said it was 1,000 hours?
No, sir, 112 total
112 hours.
was all they earned in a year.
Can I add a point, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen?
Sure, go ahead, Alan.
Thank you. I want to say for that time period of 2016 up to 2021, I'm under the impression, my understanding is that we, the building safety program, the whole community development actually created a surplus per year, each year to the general fund based on those fees we charge on all the inspections. And I thought for this budget year, I was remiss in not mentioning it, but I thought we were up to about 90,000 surplus. So it kind of speaks to the volume. I know some of those years are less, and but they've remained been sort of in the black all the way through. I believe in 2020 during COVID things slowed down some, but we're back up there. So those numbers sort of speak to that. Some of that. At least in this last budget year, we did really well, if you will, from a fee standpoint.
And that includes years where we bought vehicles. So we still ran a surplus even with a vehicle purchase during that time.
So all that, those funds are direct funds. They come out of that money, but it just might not.
Yes, there is an appearance of surplus, but remember we talked about one of the things in this budget is we're shifting a position because we weren't putting any administrative there. So that's why it looks a little bit like the fees are well more than the expenditures. So that's why we're changing how we're accounting for that one position.
And our intent as well is to, with adjusting the fee multipliers and keeping pace with the building valuation data chart, is that would help offset those expenses and ideally get us to a revenue neutral with the new positions, plural. It would give us more space because that the $90,000 surplus from this past fiscal year, we did not update that building valuation chart. So this will be a 2-year update for the changes in actual costs for construction. So we do anticipate that our permanent revenue will increase even and still run a surplus, even with the our current admin position being out of the new funding.
Other questions, comments?
Well, that's Mr. Chairman Maynard again. That's 20% increase for that department for 100 and some hours of overtime. I don't know, gentlemen, we keep adding employees. I don't know how many we're gonna have this year, but it's just, if there's a need, there's a need, but.
Commissioner Taylor, if I may offer, our department has 10 employees. 2 of those are classified as non-exempt. So of those 2 employees, they had collectively between them 100 hours of overtime. That does not include all of our exempt staff because that overtime is not paid out. But our department does have a tremendous amount of comp time for our exempt staff as well because of the overage time that we're covering.
That's a good point.
The overtime was, say that again, I'm sorry.
The number that Margaret gave you was based off of our non-exempt employees as classified as non-exempt. So they're the ones that federally, the overtime would have to be paid out. So that's only 2 employees out of the 10 in our department. So 2 employees generated 100 hours of overtime in the last fiscal year. That doesn't count the other employees within the department because they are classified as exempt from the overtime rules, but we still, per county policy, have comp time for that time. And I'm not sure what that total is, but I know that we manage.
It's a high number for a lot of staff on a yearly basis.
How much of a high number?
Well, I'm not sure about that. I don't know if Margaret has that at hand, but some staff have probably several hundred hours of comp time, or we try to keep the number down through a year, so it's like below 100. But they, it builds up. I mean, sometimes people take a vacation and they don't have to use vacation time; they use comp time because it builds up.
I did not use any vacation time. I took a week and a half off. It was all comp time, and I'm back to 22 hours myself.
So ask the question a little bit different. If you took comp time and matched it with overtime, that would be enough money to pay for a position. And what will this position be? What's the budget item? The budget number, excuse me.
I think it was on that other chart, the positions request chart.
It probably is, but I can't go back and forth.
I think Kay's going to help us out with that. Thank you, Kay. But it'd be the permit tech and the planner position.
The planner position would be approximately 58,000. The other position, the permit tech, is 37,275. So between the two, it's about 95,000. We don't track exempt the same way as we do because we don't owe any liability on it, but I can go back and try to find those numbers. 5 of the department are non-exempt and 5 are exempt. So the 5 non-exempt are what make up that 112 hours in a year.
Yeah.
Kevin and Peter. My apologies. I believe our 2 building inspectors, are they classified as non-exempt?
All 3 of them.
I'm not over those employees, so.
All 3 are, yes.
Okay, all 3, yes, that's my mistake, and that's why they had 0. But, so the 2 employees classified as non-exempt under planning and zoning, those 2 generated the entirety of the overtime. Am I correct on that, Margaret?
Yes, sir. The building inspectors didn't generate any for that year, but it was within the admin and the code enforcement that 112 hours was done.
My final question then, do we have space, room to put 2 more employees into that building?
We do. Actually, the permit center area has actually 2 workstations, and the second one is already has a computer in place there, and we've been using it ourselves to kind of help back up and keep the front end moving. And the other space will.
We have a room that we use. It doubles as a second conference room. That would be an easy opportunity to turn that into a space, but we have plenty of space for the growth that we are proposing.
Thank you. That's my final question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Other questions, comments? Everyone must be hungry. So what's the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I could support the permit addition and the flexible funds. I think not quite ready for another planner position.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Britton. Other comments?
Alan, if you had your ruthers, which position would you rather fill?
I love a planner position for sure, no doubt. But I just think for the sake of our county builders and developers, we really need to support that front desk first. If we had to choose one, I would choose that front desk person. Thank you.
Thank you.
How much would the planning position, and of course, this is just an estimate, actually expedite the trail build? Because obviously that's been a huge commitment as us as county commissioners. And, you know, I get asked all the time, when is it going to be completed? Obviously we're all been huge supporters of this. Is that going to be, the original plan that you presented as far as timeline will remain the same if we do not hire the planner? What you're saying is if you had the planner, you would foresee the trail being expedited by how much? And I know it's a guess.
I mean, I could see doing it maybe 50% faster, as a kind of a round number, and just off the top of my head, that person would, I mean, right now, I think I'm working on, I think collectively 14 easements. And so I haven't been able to do any of the actual field work. But having that person to handle, it would take them some time. So you wouldn't see that in the first year because I'd have to get them up to speed on it. But we'll say it could cut it in half or a 50% increase.
Okay. Any comments, Commissioner Abley?
No comments.
Commissioner Carswell?
Pardon me. Shane, would Beth Hiley's group be able to help in the planning, you know, because we just give them that much money and she offered up all kinds of help. Is anybody over there that could help us in the planning arena?
I'm not sure at this point. I apologize. I was not able to make that portion of it because I was up front issuing permits. So I'm not sure what they offered. I can discuss with them about what they can do for me. I have asked them if they're interested in looking at other sections that we're moving on that's kind of beyond the scope of our plan. And they said they were interested in that. So we are working with them in that capacity to some degree. But a lot of the work is just stuff we have to do internally. Or we could hire out, you know, some of the infrastructure needs. But that would be additional funding.
Mr. Chairman, if I might point out, Johnny, we probably need to check with conflict of interest since she represents a lot of different cities and 2 or 3 or 4 counties, including Buncombe. If she ever gets that together, she probably wouldn't be allowed to do that. It would be seen as a conflict of interest. I don't know that. It just comes up that it's probably thinking how government works, it probably would be declared a conflict of interest. Shane or Alan, one of two, Mr. Chairman, could I ask another question?
Yes, sir.
I think what I am hearing is that hiring both of these positions, and especially with the trails and everything we're involved in, could it be possible that the money we save by expediting that project, meaning that another year from now, whatever you do is going to cost 20% more to do than now, would it possibly pay for that position? Would the benefit be greater than the cost of the position?
I mean, if we're talking about, you know, potentially, a ceiling of $2.1 million worth of available funding. That's not including Recreation Trails Program grants, Parks and Recreation Trust Fund. I know both of those pots of money have had cash influxes as well. I don't expect that we would receive 100% of that Complete the Trails $2.1 million, but it would be bare minimum probably several $100,000 that we could likely receive from those positions, and that would pay for a planner for 4 years, even if it was $200,000, which is what we're already asking for just into the Canal Bridge project, or somewhere around that money. That's 4 years of a planner.
It seems to me also that just getting ahead of the project a little bit makes us ready to apply for grants. We've got design, or we know what we're doing, we know where we're going, we have easements in place. It's trying to get ahead of this project. I know it's kind of worked both ways. We've kind of done planning ahead and then it caught up, and so it'd just be nice to be able to get Fauna Flora, get it kind of planned ahead, and then we're in a great spot to ask for money. We know what we're doing, what the results are, what the design will be for certain areas, and it just makes it a lot easier to apply for a grant when you have your kind of work done. That kind of, the planning work is kind of knocked out. So I think that's a big help for grants.
And some of the other ancillary responsibilities that I cover, I do a lot of clerical work for the department to keep it functioning. I'm also the one who builds the online forms. There's any number of things that also splits my responsibilities or time that I don't spend on the trail, because my primary function is operations manager for this department. And we need to make sure permits are issued and things are flowing. I oversee 4 of the staff of this department. That's a zoning administrator, a planner, a code enforcement, and the front end. So I'm also responsible for that, and a number of other things in the office that could be one of the things the planner does assist me with as well. Just taking that off my plate.
Shane, any other questions, comments? And if not, what's the board's pleasure? I see a need for both positions, but I know budget's tough, but as Commissioner Taylor mentioned, that if you expedite the project, maybe there's savings there in the planning position long term. Of course, that's going to be a guesstimate. So, gentlemen, overall, what, one or both or none?
Mr. Chairman, this is Maynard. I envision that we'll get ahead if we put both those positions on, and I'm so conservative, I squeak when I talk, but I still think that looking down the road 2 or 3 years, and if we get to the point we no longer need a second planner, surely we can reduce that position. But I believe where we are, and after hearing several comments on other items we've discussed tonight, and as Scott said earlier, that gets calls all the time, and I get comments of when we're going to concentrate on that trail again and complete it. So, and I think it's kind of like all other projects. You'd like to do them all yesterday, but time and money won't let you do it. But I believe this would be a good investment for the county in the next 4 or 5 years.
And just to, just pure taxes, of course, Wayne served for years on Tourism Development Authority. So he knows occupancy taxes have gone through the roof. We had the best month ever recently. A lot of that is driven by outdoor recreation. So just pure dollars streaming into the county from restaurants, hotels, and they don't live here and pay property tax, but they are spending a lot of money here. And so this is a crown jewel for us. People are moving from California to Midwest because they love the quality of it. of life here. So, it's just not an X's and O's and so much as the ancillary income that we do get derived from having that trail done sooner rather than later is tremendous. And it does bring up the value of current properties as well, which increases our tax revenue as well. So there's some ancillary benefits that I would say, that both these positions create. That's just my.
And I think, Scott, you can also see the rentals out at Lake James, how good they are. And as we keep developing Lake James, maybe like they've talked over the future, like yurts and different things like that, or cabins or whatever. But we're going to continue to grow out there with our tourism.
I agree with you, Commissioner Abley. So it sounds like, are y'all amenable to do those positions? I am.
I'm on board.
So Commissioner Abley, you're on board. Commissioner Britton,
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Okay, well, gentlemen, there you have it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
And I know what's needed. And like I said, that's, we appreciate the presentation. And we will take, gentlemen, it is 12:35. Let's reconvene at 1:05. That'll give everybody a quick timeout. And we'll recess until then. And like Kay reminded everyone, just place your computers on mute and stop video. And we'll see you in 30 minutes. Okay, has everybody rejoined us?
I'm looking around to see Brian, see Wayne, see Maynard. Yep, I think all the boards here. Let's see, we got
Got Corey.
that's who I'm looking for.
I'm here.
Yay.
All right. Well, gentlemen, we'll reconvene the meeting at this point. Welcome back from lunch. Hopefully everybody had an opportunity to grab a bite. We'll move on to item number 8, this DSS budget reconsideration of positions and funding for temporary help. This will be presented by Corey Fisher-Wellman, our DSS director. How are you today, Corey?
Doing well. Hope you are.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about the needs of our agency. I have Amanda Grady with me, who's our Economic Services Program Administrator, as well as Julia Terrell, our Fiscal Officer, is also here with me today. I also want to say just a thank you to Matt Hillman. Was our until about 2 days ago was our Program Administrator over Child Welfare. He started his new role as Director in Lincoln County on Wednesday, but he put a lot of time and energy into helping us collect the data and prepare for this presentation. So I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge all of his hard work. Also wanted to say a thank you to Margaret and Brian. I think, it's hard to balance the needs of the entire county, and, there's a lot of requests and a lot of things go into that, but we are incredibly grateful for the portions of our budget that were included in the recommended budget. And, there's a lot of things in that budget that really honor staff, and I think will go a long way to help with recruitment and retention. So we're really grateful for that. So we're here today to talk to you about a request for five additional positions, as well as a request to increase our our line item for what we pay for temporary services. So there you can read on the screen there. I think we put a little presentation together to give you a little bit of background and some numbers that help to support our requests. Over the last several years, obviously those challenges on the screen there, I think we all know about the building needs. There's turnover involved in DSS, so we're constantly trying to make sure that we have adequate staff necessary to train staff. Again, we're a little bit understaffed in some certain areas, so there's continues to be a need for additional positions. And social work is social work, so we're constantly having to compete with neighboring counties who maybe pay more money than we do. So always trying to make sure that we control what we can control and make this a place that people want to work. Okay, if you want to go on to the next slide. So just a little bit of these are the positions that we requested in this year's budget. Obviously, we requested 35 positions. I think we all knew going in that's not a reasonable number to be included in one year's budget. But I think we spent a lot of time and energy over the last year really looking at what our needs were and what the data said our needs were. And so this is kind of, these were the needs, with the understanding that this isn't a one-year project, that this is going to take some time to meet all these needs. And I think if you think back to, I think it was in 2018, there was a position study commissioned and supported by you guys that looked at the needs at DSS. And I think at that time, the need was 41 positions. A number of those have been added since then. But if you look at these that we identified, side by side with what was included in that study, I think you'll find that what we came up with through analyzing data was the same thing that position study came up with. So that's kind of the backstory of how we got to these 35 positions. If you want to, next slide. So these 5 positions were included in the manager's recommended budget. That was an IMC 2 to work in economic services and food assistance, a social worker 2 who help with our visitation and foster care, along with a foster care social worker, and then an IMC who will work in our SA and long-term care unit, as well as a clerical position who will also work in our SA and long-term care unit. And there was also 1 reclassification that was included in the budget. So I was in watching last week's budget meeting, there was a lot of discussion. I think Jeff did an excellent job of articulating some of the need and the rise in numbers and kind of where those are and where we see them going. But we wanted to just provide you a little bit of context for where we are in terms of our numbers. So if you look at foster care, you can see the children in custody have kind of increased pretty exponentially going back to 2017. I checked as of today, we're at 254, and that includes 18 young adults in our foster care 18 to 21 program. So, you know, we were serving 216 kids in 2017 with 13 social workers. We're up to 15 social workers. That comes out to about 17 kids per worker. The state recommended caseload is 15, and that's at the high end. So we're a little bit over that. So what that mean? So I think what we're able to do at that number is we're able to do the high level stuff. I think we meet the things that we're supposed to meet, but I think you miss out on, we're always trying to move kids through the system, find them permanent, either through reunification or through adoption. And when our social workers are stretched so thin, it becomes really challenging. And I think, you know, we're at that 17 mark, and that's if, you know, we're fully staffed and no one's out on FMLA or no one's out for an extended period of time. Because anytime, you know, we lose one staff member, that gets pushed down, and sometimes you can have a little bit of a snowball effect where one person might leave for a really, you know, has nothing to do with their workload. They just left for a good opportunity, but then that pushes, you know, the work down. Then that can sometimes have a cumulative effect. I think the other big thing to take away from this is our supervisor to staff ratio. We're at 6-to-1. The state recommends 5-to-1. We're a little over 6-to-1 now. And I think, you know, there's lots of research that shows that turnover in child welfare is the number one indicator of turnover is a worker's relationship with their supervisor. So we want to make sure that our supervisors have the time to be there for their staff, to onboard their staff, to answer questions, to go out in the field, you know, all those things. So that's just a little snapshot of where we are in foster care. This is a look at our CPS numbers. This is one of the areas that was really addressed following the study in 2018. I think you can see that I think we're in an okay spot. I think 5 social workers have been added in that time frame. In addition, you guys gave us a program manager position in CPS, which has made a huge impact on our ability to make sure that we're keeping kids safe. I mean, this is the frontline folks that are, you know, responding in the field when we get reports of abuse and neglect. And I think we've reached a level of stability. I think we've seen a reduction in turnover because we're a little bit more appropriately staffed. So I think that's one area where we're really seeing some good stability. And then just a little bit about adult protective services. We continue to serve a pretty high number of wards. I mean, our APS staff, they do a really good job, and you can see they're well above the 5-to-1 staff to supervisor ratio, and they do the best they can with what they got. But there's probably also some needs in that area as well. If you want to, next slide. I'll let Amanda talk through some of these economic service numbers with you just a little bit.
Okay, I'm Amanda Grady. I'm the Economic Service Program Administrator here. Our Food Nutrition Services, formerly known as food stamps, we, you know, in the recommended budget, we did get one position, but these numbers have continued to grow so much that we really do need another position here. We, you know, in order to meet that House Bill 630, you know, they're having to work overtime just to meet the 95% compliance. And we, you know, if we do not meet those, we will have potential paybacks to the county. So we want to make sure, you know, that we're able to do that. Plus, more importantly, the community could go without benefits or delay the benefits that they would receive to feed their family. Just to kind of give you an insight on how food nutrition services work, it does stimulate the economy. So it does help more than just the person in need. We give out just in Burke County, meaning it goes to local Burke County. We give out over $3 million a month in food nutrition services. So we take care of the direct need. It goes to the store, takes care, making sure that the business continues to stay open, and also the employees there as well. So, you know, food nutrition services is an uncapped program. The more people that you're able to get on, the more that it does actually help the community, not just the one person in need. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of that. In Burke County, our workload is extremely high. It's like I said before, it is unmanageable at this point. Those caseworkers are working over 40 hours a week just to meet the need. So, you know, every 2 weeks, they do continue to add on comp time or overtime. This position does have a 50% reimbursement. So, it is half cost to the county. And right now, which is on down, but right now, the federal government does understand USDA that there is additional need in food nutrition services. There was some ARPA money that was sent to Burke County, $83,000 in funding to help support some additional positions or an additional need there. What our concern is that workers will, burn out. We won't be able to retain them, and that results in turnover. So that's definitely not something that we would like to see here. And based on the numbers up here, we continue to grow. The thing about food nutrition services as well is it is an IMC2 position, and in the event at some point these numbers did continue to drop, if we had a vacancy, there's so much of a need here that later on we could, if we needed to, move these positions over to a Medicaid and get a 75% reimbursement. So that's kind of where we're at in those as well. And one of the things I did want to point out is if we did a 5-year look back on this, and so we are actually working with less caseworkers than we did in 2017 with 2,500 less cases. So I just that's kind of where I wanted to let you guys know about that. Next.
So
where you want to pick up here?
Sure. So we showed you a couple slides ago the positions that were included in this year's budget, and our request is to look at these additional 5 positions, with the top 2 being the most high priority. And then it's hard to say that it's hard to rank them in priority, because I think if you went unit to unit, everyone's going to say this is the top priority, and there's some truth in that. But I think if you look globally, I think those top 2 are kind of must-haves, and then those next 3, while they're very, very, very important, don't maybe rise to the level of the top 2. So we can kind of go through each one and offer you a little bit of justification. I think I mentioned a little bit about the need for the social work supervisor. We're well above ratio in child welfare, and I think that's a contributing factor to turnover. I think we've worked really hard to reduce turnover, and there's been a couple times points in time throughout the last year in particular where there have been no openings in child welfare, and that's kind of unheard of, in DSSs across the state. But I think that speaks to the work we've done. But I think in order to continue, we did lose a really good supervisor this year in child welfare, and I think it was a result of just being overworked. I think the majority of our social work supervisors are well above 80 hours of comp time. They're exempt employees, so they're not going to see that money. But I think it does speak to the workload that they're facing. I'll let Amanda speak a little bit about that IMC2 position.
Well, I kind of pretty much gave you the insight on as to why the additional position is needed. With the kind of caseload increase, although I'm very grateful, and I know the rest of the agency will be very grateful for one position, it's just not going to be quite enough to fill in what's absolutely necessary to get the work done. So that is basically the reason for the additional request for the FNS IMC2 position.
And then going back to the social worker 2, there was one social worker 2 visitation coach that was included in this year's budget, and we're incredibly grateful for that. And that's going to have a huge impact, on the workload for our social workers. But more importantly, it's going to have a huge impact on our ability to find permanence for the kids we're serving. But I think, one thing that I think people probably don't understand about, how social workers, especially in permanency planning or foster care, spend their time. They spend about 15 to 20 hours a week just doing visitation. There's, for every child that comes into care, there's some level of court order visitation. Typically when they first come in, that might be 1 hour a week, but that 1 hour a week can take you 6 to 7 hours to complete. If we have a child placed 3 hours away, you got to go pick that child up. You got to bring that child back here and supervisor visit with mom and dad. Then you got to take that child back and then, come back. So social workers are spending an incredible amount of their time just doing visitation. So by adding the one visitation coach that's already included in the budget, along with this additional visitation coach, that would greatly reduce those folks to be able to handle the visits and allow our foster care social workers time to do that other real social work where they're working with mom and dad, trying to make sure they're getting to the services that they need to get to, and that we're removing any barriers that we need to remove so that we can either get these children home or determine that, you know what, it's just not going to work out in terms of getting these children back with their family. We're going to be able to move them towards permanence through adoption or guardianship. So those positions are incredibly important for helping. I think that will have a tremendous impact on job satisfaction. I think, spending 15, 20, sometimes 25 hours a week, on the highway, getting kids back and forth while still having to do all the other aspects of a foster care social worker's job, that can be overwhelming. So that kind of provides some justification for that position. If you look at the APS guardianship social worker, I think, our wards have continued to grow. I think we're up to 85 wards that the Burke County is responsible for. So our APS workers typically have a blended caseload where they're doing some investigations and then some guardianship work. So, that need has just continued to grow to kind of exponential numbers, and they do a great job, and they've got great supervisors, and they're a great group, but they're really kind of maxed out beyond their abilities. And then the last position is a clerical position. I think we currently have 3 clerical folks who help out in our CPS foster care adult services realm. Those folks are pretty routinely at that 80, 90 hours of comp time, just trying to keep up with the workload. If you look at all the cases we have in CPS and all the children we have who are experiencing foster care, I think you can understand why that needs pretty substantial in terms of having that clerical support. These folks run all of our criminal backgrounds and just do a number of kind of behind the scenes things that make it easier for our social workers to do the job. And then I sent another sheet that kind of talks about the cost of the different, the reimbursement rates are, the food nutrition always 50%. That's black and white. We tried to look at some approximate reimbursement rates for some of these other positions. And you can kind of see here, that's the base salary of all these positions, and then the approximate reimbursement rate that would come through federal or state funding for each position. And we're happy to answer any questions you guys might have about these positions.
Gentlemen, you've heard the presentation. Questions?
Scott, I'd just like, in the budget workshop book, it gives the recommended amount $18,876,225. And Corey, I'd just like to ask, how much of that is returned from state? What share of that 18 million, does the state give back to Burke County?
Joy, do you know that number? What the county portion is of our budget versus the state and federal?
Wasn't it just over 6 million? Margaret?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat the question?
How much of this, the DSS budget of roughly 19 million is actually Burke County dollars? Isn't it 6 million and something?
Yes, approximately. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we could safely say that the state is paying 2/3 and we're paying about 1/3.
Yeah, that's state and federal money, but yes, the county portion is about 1/3.
Margaret, how much does all those positions mount up to be that would be added to the budget?
All 5 of them you're talking about just the cost?
Yes.
1 sec.
While she's doing that, Mr. Chair, Amanda, what does House Bill 630, what are the ramifications of us not meeting the criteria of a House Bill 630?
Basically, what would happen is the state would come in and take away our admin funds. They take over the county, and they basically get it back in check. And then so you lose money. The county has to pay fines associated with that as well. And any other cost until they get some of their fundage back.
Are we currently meeting those demands?
We are meeting those demands. The ladies here work extremely hard to make sure that that is met. However, in doing that, they sacrifice their time. So this is, these are people who are working well over 40 hours a week to make sure that the needs are met.
I have that number. The number for all 5 positions with benefits, it should be just over $252,000.
Okay, another number, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Another number I'd be interested in those 5 positions, how many are within 10% of being in compliance? And which ones?
In compliance with
the state recommendations, you're within 10%.
I don't know exactly what you're referring to. I think
you'd have to go back to those charts.
Sure. I think what we were mentioning was the ratios. I think we're close. Those were more about staffing ratios. The state recommends a 5-to-1 supervisor to staff ratio. Adding another supervisor in child welfare would get us to that ratio. I think adding the foster care worker who's already in the budget, along with the one that would help us get that number closer to 15. I think that gets us closer to the ratio. Plus, I think the addition, while it gets us closer to ratio, I think there's some other MOU measures related to permanence and those kind of things that I think the visitation coaches would help go a long way to making sure that we're helping kids find permanence in that 24 and 48 month time frame that's set out in the MOU that we signed with the state.
Well, in a case where you have 6 and you have 7-to-1, that's not hardly 10%. That's then down at the bottom at
this is adult protective
2021, you've got
services.
8-to-1.
Sure, and we didn't ask for any
6.
supervisors.
Pardon?
We didn't ask for any supervisors in adult protective services, so she'd have to go back up to foster. Go up one more. So this is the one. Go back down. Sorry, Kay. Right there. So this is the slide that would be most impacted by the position we're asking for. The caseload size would get down closer to 15, which is the state ratio, and the supervisor to staff ratio would get closer to 5-to-1, which is state recommended supervisor to staff ratio.
Okay.
Other comments, questions?
Margaret, can you tell us which ones of those positions are out of balance more than 15%? We'll go up 5% and see how we come out.
No, sir, I can't tell you their caseload information. That would be something Corey would have to calculate because I don't know how he would change it. If it would all come out of 1 or just be a rough number.
So Corey, what you're saying, those 5 positions, those top 2 are absolute need. The other 3 are a need, but not in like a negligent need.
Sure.
I'm trying to shape. Because the way you presented it, I understand. I'm glad you did it that way because, I know Jeff knows this because he's obviously on your board, but with the rest of us, we kind of depend on numbers and looking at that. 5 positions is a lot.
Sure.
But If you're talking about absolute need, you're just talking about the top two positions. Am I correct?
That's correct. And I would also point out, another kind of area of compromise that could be looked at too is that PA, that processing assistant, our last number 5, we have a half-time clerical position currently. Moving that to 100% would also have a pretty significant impact on helping our support staff. So I think that's another option that we didn't necessarily put in this presentation, but it is something that could also be looked at.
So that would mitigate costs. So you're talking about you're going from part-time to full-time, and I can't remember the percentage payback on that 35 or 40%. So basically we get in a full-time employee versus a part-time with somewhat little cost, whatever that may be.
Sure, that would definitely mitigate the cost quite a bit by just reclassifying that to a full-time.
Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Mr. Chair, it's Jeff. The only, I guess the biggest concern I have is maybe the need. I think we still could, would make a tremendous difference if we could add that third position, the social work 2 position, that visiting coach. I think that would help tremendously with that process.
Thank you. So Jeff, you feel with your experience, we did the top 3 positions.
Yeah.
Pretty good shape.
And the temporary funds.
Yeah, and we'll talk about, we haven't really talked about those, but I don't know if you want to get through with this part, then we can talk about the temporary funds or how you want to do it, but.
Let's go ahead and talk about the temporary. So we got a approach.
Sure. So our request is, let me try to find my sheet here. We use temporary funds primarily to run our energy program. I think Jeff made some good points last week when you guys met. It's probably not the greatest way because you do lose, you're constantly bringing on new people, but it's worked, and we've been able to hire a couple of these temp workers on full time, and they also help kind of throughout the agency. So our request is to at least bring our budgeted amount back to what we had this past year. This past year we had $80,000 in our temp budget. We requested 140, but a lot of that was because we were looking at ways to perhaps help offset some of the costs of outsourcing some of our wards to an outside provider. But we're asking that we at least be able to go back up to that $80,000 for temp budget. You can look at our budget this year. I think we originally had 60. We've had to make 2 additional transfers, and we've overspent that 80% or that 80,000 by a good amount. I mean, this is money that we're moving from other buckets of money within our agency. So it's not that we've had to come back to you guys for additional funds, but I think it does point to the fact that we utilize that 80,000, and that's pretty vital to how we operate our energy program and then some other supportive things throughout the agency. So I think 65 was included in the manager's recommended budget. So our request will be to at least get us back to that 80 number that we've overspent this year.
And Corey, these are funds that you use a lot for the energy programs. So
yes,
even with the 2 additional positions in the energy area, you still need additional temporary funds?
Those other positions are economic service. Those are IMC 2, so those aren't energy workers.
Those are food nutrition service workers.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. We do get some money. It is capped in energy. That does help a little bit with the cost of this. I think it's $69,000 that we get from the federal government, $69,729, I believe, to kind of help with that as well. But because we run 3 different energy programs with that money, we do have to utilize our workers here to run the programs in which they do on a full-time basis, plus the energy workers that come in and do it. So just energy, and especially if you have temporary staff, so, you have that learning curve there. So a lot of times our full-time workers do have to help out with that as well.
Some of the overage from this year is we did have to increase our hourly pay. I think we were previously paying $10 and we had to go up to 15 because of, we were competing with, every other industry out there that's looking for employees. So in order to be competitive, we did have to raise that hourly rate, which I think attributed to some of our overspending.
Gentlemen, other questions, comments?
Margaret, Margaret, let me go back. The first three categories, 1, 2, and 3, social worker, that's around $120-some thousand. Now that would be reimbursed to Corey at the 40%, the 40%, and the 50%.
Those first two are estimates. It would be approximately, the food nutrition definitely reimbursed at 50%. The other two, looking across the board at what we do on average per year. Visitation coach we've never had, so I had to work with another county who has a similar position to kind of figure out how they code and what their reimbursement is. But those are rough estimates to what we would get back in reimbursement.
Okay, thank you.
Are you asking the reimbursement on those three, roughly what that would be?
No, I was just thinking out loud. I'm sorry. I jotted that up in my head, kind of added it up. Jeff, can I come back and ask you a question? You've made some mention about the visitation coach. Can you go a little bit, or maybe even Corey, tell me a little bit more on that?
I think kind of the purpose of this position, it's not something we've had before, is like I said, workers spend anywhere from 15 to 20 hours a week just doing visitation. Not to mention they have to be in court, 2 days every other week. They have to make home visits to all the parents in their homes. There's all sorts of additional work that needs to be done so we can help move these kids to permanence. The visitation coaches would essentially take that 15 hours visitate. Well, they wouldn't take it all, but they would take a substantial part of the visitation across the unit. So they'd be able to take a lot of that burden off the workers. I know that in another county, they've seen a tremendous number of kids in care because they've been able to move, kids to permanence. Obviously, that's a cost savings to the county. They've even seen it. It's tough to understand why, but they've seen a reduction in their CPS numbers. It's hard to make a cause and effect one to the other, but I think there is some impact where social workers in foster care were able to do a lot of work with families, and once they were reunified, they probably had less recidivism. So I think you can attribute some of that to a reduction in numbers across the board. So I think that's kind of the role they would play. They would take some of that burden off the workers, but then also help us in terms of how we're serving the community. They're going to help us get kids to permanence faster. We're going to be able to we're at best able to give families an hour of visitation a week with our current staffing. I mean, I think all of us who are parents know seeing your kids for an hour a week, that's not a lot. And, it's hard we want to maintain those relationships. And in fact, we want to build on those relationships. So we would hope over time that we're able to really increase the amount of visitation that parents get, but we just don't have the personnel to do that. But this would allow us an opportunity to do that, which I think we would also see our reunification numbers get better as a result.
I'm probably going to use the wrong word here, and I don't want to say clients, but every department that you supervise is seeing an increase in the number of people that you serve.
Yes.
Is the percentage much greater this year and in your projection for maybe later on?
I think in economic services, you can see that the numbers have continued to grow pretty substantially. I think you can attribute that to all sorts of factors, but I know, there were some questions last week about, did we expect that to go down, when the pandemic ended? And I don't know that we do see that. I think you can see there's a lot of people struggling, inflation, all sorts of things where people are continuing to struggle. So there may be a little bit of leveling off in economic services, but I don't expect a lot. And I think in child welfare, I think we're all aware that, substance misuse continues to be a problem in our community. I think that plays a big role. Like, we might not get involved with the family because of drugs or alcohol, but typically once we get involved, we find out that that's a problem. So I think until, there's some more services and some more opportunities for parents to get the help they need, I don't know that we're going to see a lot of reduction in our child welfare numbers either.
think too, I just want to throw this out there too. If they, if the option comes up where Medicaid is expanded, that's going to increase our numbers by 35%. So, it's going to be a game changer as far as who will be eligible and the amount of staff that we have. And going back to even the F&S positions, if those numbers in economic services did go down, because an IMC2 is an IMC2, it makes it very easy to look at that and say, okay, well, this is our need right now. But, if we need to move this over at some point, if those positions become vacant, we could do that.
That was going to be my next question, was about Medicaid expansion. The numbers that they're talking about in the Senate this week is maybe 600 some thousand being added to the rolls. And I was going to ask, do we have any clue what Burke County numbers might go up if we did Medicaid expansion?
You have those numbers handy? I know we have those numbers.
I do.
Dan and I actually were looking at them yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell you some more exact numbers. I think the state is doing some things to automate some of the systems to try to help prepare for some of that, but there's still going to be a pretty significant staff responsibility that's not going to be automated.
I mean, that's why I was saying it would go up about 35%. We're looking at roughly, across the board, I think it was right at like 8,000 more people eligible just in Burke County on average. And that's just a good estimate. They don't really know for 100%, but that's basically a whole nother unit.
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
So for us that are, know from the 5,000 foot view versus the 100-foot view like y'all have, when we say, that's a great question Commissioner Carswell asked, Medicaid expansion. Now, they're willing to do that, I assume, because the federal government's saying that they're going to fund 90% of it, correct?
Yeah, I think there is.
And the state is responsible for 10, but they don't mention how it affects local governments.
Sure, and I think, I think that's been some of the missing part, is understanding how that would really affect those on the front line administering. I don't think there's been a lot of energy spent, like how will counties handle staffing and how will we make sure that we're able to meet the needs of those additional folks who would become eligible.
And so my question is, when you first blush, you see 90% federal government's going to take care of it. Are they going to pay 90% of new positions created?
Currently, they pay, there's a 75% reimbursement rate on the workers that do the Medicaid eligibility.
But we don't see that number adjusting for more reimbursement for the county.
Not at this time, no.
Okay, that's just for my information purposes. I appreciate the clarity.
Sure. I think the other thing you'd run into is if every county is needing to add additional IMC workers to meet the needs, I think you're going to run into, there's only so many people out there able to do the job. So I think you're going to run into some real staffing issues.
Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, what's the total number of DSS employees we have?
It's 180 something.
187, I believe.
187 employees. Well, I might ought to ask this question. If we add these 3 or 4 or whatever we add, you have space to put them?
So we have had some preliminary discussions about that. I think that the answer would be we would make space. I think Amanda has some folks on her unit that have really shown they can work effectively from home. And I think there's some more folks who we could send home in her area that we can move some child welfare folks up there. We've had some preliminary discussions about where we would put people in the event we were awarded these positions. So we'll find a place for them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What's your feeling? It sounds like, from what I'm hearing, that you're good with The first two positions, I'm not sure about the third one. What's the feeling of the board?
I think Jeff recommended we do the top three. That third one at 40% reimbursement is going to cost you about $25,000. Second one up is going to cost you $16,500. And the top one's going to cost you $30,000 and change.
So gentlemen, am I hearing that you're okay with granting the top three positions? Am I wrong?
I'm on board for the three positions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Abley. Commissioner Britton,
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell,
Yes.
and Commissioner Taylor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sounds like we will give direction to fill those top three positions. How about the other subject, the temporary monies? An adjustment for that. How much was that cost again, Corey, just for?
So we were in the manager's recommended budget that it was 65,000. We were asking to go back to the 80,000 that we had budgeted this year.
So we're just asking, you're just asking for to make whole with an additional 15,000.
Correct.
Commissioner Abley, how do you feel about that?
I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Britton,
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
As long as we don't create to absorb the money and any of the money saved would revert back to the county.
Yes, sir. Well, then we'll give directive to Margaret to add that in as well. So I appreciate the presentation from Corey and Amanda. Hope y'all have a great weekend, and wish we could do more, but hopefully that's a good start because we are doing a lot of reconsiderations today. So thank you very much.
We appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much.
Great job, y'all. All right, we'll move on to item number 9, reconsideration of funding, $200,000, presented by Andrew Coda, our good friend, executive director from Foothills Conservancy. Is Andrew with us? Madam Clerk, do you see Andrew on?
I'm looking.
Yes.
He's on.
Andrew, are you muted? Oh, well, I see his note here. He said he is in attendance, but he says, I'm here, but you cannot hear me. Let's give him a minute to see if we can get that corrected.
Sometimes the only cure for that's to leave and come back.
Yes. It's like when I get confused on some of my apps and all this stuff on these smart TVs, I just get mad and just turn it off. Try to start over.
Yeah.
Let's see, here's another. I'm logging onto the Zoom through a laptop. I'm in the meeting right now, awaiting entry.
All right, let's see here.
So do you got him?
I let another person in, but I don't see Andrew waiting.
Andrew, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can. You got a bad connection?
Let me close my. Okay, sorry about that. I was having some issues with my microphone there, so.
Okay.
Are you able to see me and hear me now?
We can.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I thought that might happen, but I tested my microphone earlier and it was working. So I'm at your disposal. So thank you very much, Chairman Mulwey, County Commissioners, Mr. Steen, Ms. Pierce, Ms. Drawn, for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. First of all, I want to begin by thanking you for the $10,000 contribution to Foothills Conservancy in last year's budget in support of our Oak Hill Community Park and Forest public park infrastructure projects. We're really grateful for that support. And I want to thank you for including $10,000 in this year's budget for Oak Hill Park as well. Last year's funds from the county have been expended by Foothills Conservancy and matched by tens of thousands of dollars to complete an engineering plan for a public access road and 75 vehicle parking area trailhead, and to hire a trail builder to construct 7 miles of natural public recreational trails. The initial stretch of the access road and the 75-car trailhead parking area are under construction right now, and the trail builder will begin work on the public recreational trail system in mid-June. Today, I would like to respectfully request that the commissioners consider funding in the amount of $60,000 in the budget as a one-time capital investment that we know will net significant positive economic impact and quality of life benefits for Burke County. The original proposal from Foothills this year was a request of $200,000, and that was to match a state appropriation that we have received for Oak Hill Park, dollar for dollar. But we're definitely cognizant of and deferential to the fact that a lot is being asked of our county's resources. And I want to thank you for funding so many of the projects and programs that enhance our county today. I just a quick tangent. And if you'll humor me for a minute, you funded a school system program and an animal services program earlier today. And those are two that are near and dear to my heart. My sons are in the Burke County school system, and I really appreciate your support for our school system here. And I'm also a father to 5 dogs, 3 of which my wife and I have rescued. Yes, we're a little crazy, but we do have the property for those dogs. And just a few days ago, our elderly dog wandered off of our property. Animal Services picked him up, took him in for a couple nights until we discovered that he was there. And I was able to pick him up safely there yesterday morning. So that was, there's no question that they helped save my dog's life. I just really appreciate those county resources. Thank you. Back to our requested funds, though, of $60,000 for Oak Hill. The county's support in that amount will have a huge, substantial impact on this community because the matching funds are currently available for those projects. And the funding will absolutely help accelerate the timeline of opening the park resources to the community. So you know that we're a strong supporter of the county's land use plan goal of promoting planned economic, recreational, and residential growth in harmony with areas that are most suitable for development while preserving community character and protecting the county's rural and natural areas. And we do believe that the Oak Hill Park project that we're currently pursuing are perfectly aligned with the principles of that plan, such as the joint development ventures and recreational opportunities, and enhancing the health and well-being of the citizens of Burke County to include an aggressive parks, recreation, and trails strategy. There's a statewide statistic that was shared by the Great Trails State Coalition. Our organization is a part of that. Friends of the Fauna Flora State Trails, a part of that coalition. This statistic was shared with Governor Cooper and our state legislators, and it shows that for every dollar invested in trails, there's an annual rate of return of $1.72. So investing in these public park and trail assets really does provide a high rate of return locally. Commissioner Mulvey mentioned earlier that the occupancy tax economic benefit and the increased local property values that come along with outdoor recreation are substantial and real. And we do believe that this park will contribute even more to that in addition to the Fauna Flora State Trail. So we know there's a strong recurring economic impact of trails and parks, and that Oak Hill Park will have a positive long-term benefit for this community and for Burke County. The project has extremely strong support from the community. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz, a lot of anticipation for the land to be open to the public. In addition to all of that, this phase of the project includes a metal storage building that is, I think, shown on the budget somewhere on the site that we would like to offer the county some shared storage space in. This is in response to a need that I believe I heard the county has in regards to having better access to its own land maintenance, land management equipment in different areas of the county. So with funding support at this time, we could add this storage structure during this phase, and we welcome the county's shared use of that structure, that facility. So again, thank you very much for considering the long-term public benefits of this project. And as you complete the budget process, and thank you for allowing me to present today. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide information if I can.
Thank you, Andrew. I guess I've got one quick question before I turn it over to the commissioners. And maybe Brian can answer this. You know, we're always moving equipment around the county, especially when going to Fauna Flora Park up there. Treg's having to drag stuff all over the place. How much would this benefit Treg, Brian, do you know, for some of his equipment needs, storage needs, to make it closer to some of the areas we're servicing?
Which Brian are you talking to?
You. I'm sorry. I should have said you, Brian Steen.
All right, because I thought maybe you were talking to Brian Tart.
Brian Tart would work too. Is Brian still on?
Well, yeah, we're here and we were discussing that question, and actually all that equipment is currently kept out at the landfill.
Yes.
So that would cut a considerable amount of time as he went to report there to do any activities, whether it's landscaping or whatever. He'd already have his equipment on site, wouldn't be dragging it all the way from landfill.
Because it would cut it down. That's what the first thing I thought of was looking at this design. It depends on, of course, Andrew, you can tell us specifically what kind of storage would be applicable for the county. But I know we've talked about in past budgets locating something a little more convenient for Treg and his staff. We actually looked at the county park, and that was wasn't conducive at the time. But this could be a possibility, just throwing it out there, because at some point we're going to have to do this anyway with the county park expanding, the equipment needed to maintain it. And so I would just for the other commissioners' consideration, when you're thinking about the 60 for the parking and road, the buildings could be a real help to that specific department, just knowing it as I do. So just something else to think about, gentlemen. Commissioners, other questions or comments concerning
Scott,
that?
even though it won't be the 200,000, there'll still be the match there, right?
It's still there, yes.
All right.
So you would get the full, so 60,000 is going to anchor exactly what?
The total project cost, and we're looking at on the budget, I proposed two, and the difference in those two numbers is a restroom facility. One is a vault restroom and one is a flush building restroom. Obviously the flush is more expensive by about 90,000. So with less funding, less match from the county in the $60,000 range, we're probably looking at the vault restroom option, and that total budgeted amount is about $753,000, $200,000 from the state. If the county awards $60,000, Foothills is on the hook for a $500,000. We do have, I would say we have most of that available. We will find the rest. So we could make it work. Obviously, with greater funding, we could look into a flush building restroom facility and potentially a larger storage facility. I think what we have in the budget is 60 by 40. And I think that what you just saw is the schematic for that 60 by 40. There are 2 bays there.
Yes. And so our return on investment of 60,000, we're getting an infrastructure build out of over, well, just say 12 times that.
Mm-hmm.
What you're saying. Okay. Other questions, gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman, it mentions care of the forest there, and I just wondered, is any of that forest going to be recommended to market? And would there be any income funds from that?
We have already done the timber harvest. And so there's not likely to be any more income. We thinned loblolly pine plantation stands, and we're at the point where we're probably investing from this point on for several years. We're investing in forest restoration projects such as plantings, prescribed fire, and those types of activities. So we probably won't net any more income from timber management, at least in the foreseeable future.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Other comments, questions, gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman, do I understand that the request is our part would be 60,000, or are we still looking at 200,000?
At this point, Andrew obviously is well versed in our budget, and he initially asked for 200, but he understands that what the commitments we're having to make prior and much less today, and so he's reduced that request to 60,000 from 200. And as I mentioned earlier, that the initial build out's going to be 700 and something odd thousand. So, Commissioner Taylor, you're like me, I'm always looking at return on investment. Well, like all of us are. And so, those numbers work for me, but, I just wanted to get let's see what the opinions of the board are. Yay, nay?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good use of our money, and especially with the reduced amount, I sure would be for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Abley. Commissioner Britton?
I'm okay with it.
Commissioner Carswell?
I'm okay.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, I think 60 would be fine.
And I am in agreement, Andrew. So, Margaret, we will designate the 60,000 to Foothills Conservancy for a great project. It's going to benefit a huge area, the Oak Hill area that is underserved at this time, but it's really going to be a destination. So we appreciate all the work that your agency does. So we're glad to make the commitment, sir.
Want to get in front of this camera?
Thank you so much. Please know how grateful we are. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Mr. Melwy?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, is that 60 total or 60 in addition to the 10?
That would be 60 total, because we had done unless I'm saying this incorrectly, gentlemen, we
No,
committed.
you're right.
And so 60 total, because that's what's going to anchor that 700,000 build out.
Right.
Is that clear, Margaret?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 10, reconsideration of items requested for fiscal year 2022, 2023. This will be presented by Mark Delahunt, our General Service Director, and I think Brian Tart is still with him as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I know it's been a long day for you, and I'll try to get through this fairly quickly. My first request is for an additional accounting technician. I have one accounting technician. She's been with the county for over 26 years. She's got a 4-year degree in accounting, and her regular responsibilities include all the personnel activities, timesheet entry for around 60 general service employees. She handles all the daily deposits for the landfill and some for water and sewer. She codes all the payments, credit card transaction, and processes and verifies all the payments to the general services vendors. I won't go into details about all the required daily activities, but the reality is that the basic everyday activities leave no time for anything extra, and there is always a lot of extra. In fact, my accounting tech has had to take her laptop with her on vacation so that she can keep up with the many end of the month deadlines. And as a result of the workload and the requirements with deadlines, she's earned over 200 hours of comp time since last July. Almost 10% of the county's entire annual budget flows through general services. And I'm needing an additional accounting tech to better handle the volume and to serve as a backup during vacations or, heaven forbid, should my current accounting tech have an extended illness. Adding additional staff is a hard decision, I know, and I wouldn't make this request if I didn't feel it was very, very important. And on this request, like Debbie, our elections director, I'd be happy to eat dirt if it would help. Now, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Gentlemen, questions?
Did we have a cost factor included in our information
Yes,
to add this technician, accounting technician?
Yes, that was, let's see, 33,000 something.
The cost you have in your packet, the
34.
original position requested was a different one. So the cost that I have listed would not match this. I'd have to go back and recalculate it.
I believe it'd be lower than the original request.
So it's lower than the 34,850?
That would be a Margaret question. I don't have the paid grade scale right in front of me, but I think it'd be in that.
That's what's in the presentation.
And checking really quickly, I believe that's going to be the salary for a grade 19, but I don't have information on this Tech 3 immediately available to confirm if it's a 19. If it's a grade 19, the full cost is going to be in the neighborhood of 48,000. There are 3 admin at water sewer. Mark, have you considered
yes, I have
some of the work?
And I thought that might come up because I do have a administrative specialist. This is all in the Hildebrand office. One of them handles all the water sewer building and receives and posts all the water sewer payments, sets up all the metering equipment for the monthly reads and imports that data, does new customer setup, and makes a number of calls on collections when somebody's due to be cut off. They handle all the locate requests. If y'all are familiar with 811, call before you dig. She handles all that. Service orders that come in from the customers and need to be assigned to the technicians while they're in the field. And then I have another one who handles all the waste management activities, all the waste management billing, receives the posting, the payments for waste management account and charge account setups, maintains container sites count data because I'm tracking all the number of people that visit each individual site each time. I think that's important information. She handles NC debt set off for waste management. She also assists with the required state reporting annually. In addition to all that, she handles all the fuel reports for 800 county vehicles through my department. And then I do have another position, that is administrative support specialist or supervisor, and she is also at the Hildebrand office, kind of like an office manager. She handles all the state reporting, making sure the water sewer reports that are required each month, and there are a number of those, get into DEQ on a timely manner. This also includes a consumer confidence report, which has to go out annually, regular updates to the local water supply plan, water shortage response plan, risk resilience plan, and emergency response plan. As we know with the state, they require a lot of paper shuffling, so to speak. She maintains the compliance monitoring samples. We have to pull samples off each system, a number from a certain location at a certain time, get that to the lab, and the paperwork comes back and has to be reported to the state. She handles that. Again, I'm talking about the administration supervisor at that office. She monthly operating reports for water usage and landfill analysis reports. I got a number of other things here. What I'm quite proud of, though, the DSS offered a program for low-income household water assistance program, and she was able to handle the stacks of paperwork involved with that, and actually collected $19,000 through that program from folks that were in danger of having their water disconnected through that DSS program. And I got a number of other things here, but again, they're quite very, very busy, so to speak, anyway. And they serve as backups for each other. So that water and sewer and waste management and all the required data that has to be tracked and reported to state is well handled through that office, but that doesn't take care of me right here.
So Mark, where is this position located?
This would be located right here in the General Services office.
Basically, you're accounting for your whole operation.
That's correct. And I have one, but as I stated earlier, when she's out, everything gets behind, and we do have deadlines just like all the other departments. In fact, this particular employee's office sits right between me and Alan. And Alan has also been able to wander over there and utilize her knowledge of Munis and Minute Track and all these other county programs that she's very well versed in.
Other questions, comments? Okay. Mark, you're requesting several things. Let's go ahead and cover all of them.
Okay. The next request is a request for controls for the general service building. Kay, I think I gave you a slide number 2. It's a spreadsheet. Yes. Okay. This is where I track the energy costs, both dollar amounts from each bill and kilowatt usage. And with the installation of the, this for the HRC building, with the installation of the new controls that you guys approved, finally became online. And since that would be phase 1 was complete in October of 2021. If you look at the bottom spreadsheet where it takes the month of October, the 3-month average without controls, and then the next one in green there is what that October bill was with controls. I think the savings there is over $2,000 for just that 1 month, and an enormous reduction. I expect to see that trend continue. We're currently have on the board to go ahead and replace the controls that I believe the courthouse and higher education center, so that we'll see a savings there. And the general services building would be the only remaining large county building without upgraded controls. In addition to the energy savings, the upgraded controls allow staff to analyze problems quicker and many times catch problems before they happen. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about that.
Gentlemen?
Just anything that ARPA funds could cover?
I know that Caldwell County is, I believe, using those funds, and so is Burke County Public Schools using those funds for some of this type of thing, but I'm not sure.
We'll be happy to go back and evaluate that, Jeff, but the ARPA funds are for improving the air quality, not the amount of kilowatts or this, so I'm not sure how they would qualify exactly.
Well, if I may speak to that as well, the controls actually do improve air quality, and that they have a number of features about utilizing outside air and recirculating that. And one of the features is something called night purge, where at night when the building is empty, it takes all the inside air and exchanges it for fresh outside air. So when you come in the morning, none of that air, I guess, that was there when you left is it's all fresh air, so to speak.
That sounds like a qualifier to me, Margaret, just off the cuff.
Again, I'm happy to go back and reevaluate it. The way we read it on controls, it didn't seem to qualify, but I'm happy to go back and review it.
I was just thinking that the note on the sheet there was UV, that kind of stuff maybe might qualify.
That is the next item, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions, gentlemen, on this specific one? All right, Martin, go ahead.
This next item is actually a step further as far as air purification goes. It uses UV light and it screens the air coming into the return, just as that diagram shows. It works as the air comes inside the building, goes through the return, and instead of just being cooled or heated, it also purifies before going back into the building. The only maintenance on these units is replacing the bulbs, which last over 9,000 hours or 375 days. We already have a tentative plan to use SCIF funds to have these installed at the courthouse, and I have listed the other buildings in order of what I feel they would be most beneficial. I, of course, began with the HRC building, which includes the health department and DSS. I've spoken to both health director and DSS director, and they said they would be very much in support of this for their building. If the county was interested but wanted to phase it in, I would recommend doing so in the order I have listed in the graph. I think that's in your minutes, maybe. Yeah. And that's, if anybody has any question, I'd be happy to answer it.
Gentlemen, questions? Remind me the total cost on that, Mark. I'm not looking at this.
$215,000, and that's if we did that. Wait a minute, that's not including the general services building. That's another 65 if we included that. If we wanted to go use HV tech or UV technology air purification at all the buildings, that would be $280,000. But I really think it's important for some of the largest buildings. Of course, the health department, I listed that because of the communicable diseases, airborne stuff there. Second, I was thinking about the East Burke Library because of the aging population that frequents there, and there would, I guess, be considered high risk for flu or anything like that. And the third one I chose with the Foothills Higher Education Center, and that's because of some of the large gatherings there. I think it would greatly benefit from having a system like that.
Gentlemen, questions, comments?
Would these qualify for ARPA funds?
These should, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, would this not be able to capture some of the APR money on it? That is.
That's correct. Yeah, the Jeff had just mentioned that. I asked that question, and Margaret did confirm that this specific one should qualify for ARPA money. Yes, sir. Other questions, comments? All right, Mark.
The next item would be a rate study for solid waste. This was something I mentioned during the budget workshop, if you'll remember, in February. It was requested in my budget, but not part of the manager's recommendation. This would be more than just a rate study. It would include forecasting costs and funding options for necessary upcoming large expenses, such as a new transfer station. I think I have a slide number 6, which is a draft of the RFQ. Kind of tells about all the features number 6, I believe. Yes, the other one. Nope. I believe it was labeled PDF number 6, draft RFQ. That's it. That was it. But anyway, in a nutshell, the yes, this outlines a number of things that I think it would allow us to, as a county, to plan well in advance of all these upcoming large expenditures. If I don't know if you noticed in the space needs assessment that was recently completed, but out of all our county buildings that were part of a recent Burke County facility space needs assessment, our transfer station at the landfill, which is 34 years old, was had the lowest condition score of all the county facilities looked at. Additionally, there was a 2020 like a building inventory, and at that time, it's included in one of the slides, I think number 8. Yes, this is 2020. Of course, it was built in 1988, and the condition of this transfer station was listed as poor at that time. I'm not here to ask for a transfer station, so to speak, but I would like a rate study that could be done to kind of plan for these expenditures in the future, how we might fund them. Let's see, over the last 6 years, the county had to supplement our solid waste activities using funds from the general fund by an average of $367,500 per year. I would like to get to the point where solid waste activities are self-supportive, whether that requires us to adjust rates or the way we operate, or a combination of both. I think that information that would be derived from this study could help get us there. And I know that it was mentioned that there could be, they would look after a grant for this study, and I've reached out to a couple of other organizations, DEQ being one of them, the North Carolina Solid Waste Association and Carolina Recycling Association. I'm told that they don't know of any grants of this type, and this is something I'd really like to get started soon as possible, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Gentlemen?
What was the budget for the rate study?
20,000.
And Mark, how much did you say it was 300 and some thousand we're having to average?
Average over, it goes up and down, of course, because some years there's large expenditures. Like if you remember last year, we had that dump truck, $360,000. But on average, over the last 6 years, it was $367,500.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions, comments? If not, Mark, go ahead.
Okay, this will be the last item, and it's let's see. Excuse me. It is a hydro seeder. If you'll go to that slide, let's see, it would be number 5. This is a hydro seeder, and our landfill permit, which is issued by DEQ Solid Waste Division, states as follows, and it requires all required sedimentation and erosion control measures must be installed and operable to migrate excessive on-site erosion and to prevent silt from leaving the area of the landfill unit during the service life of the facility. And then it further states, these areas shall be operated and maintained with sufficient dust control measures to minimize airborne emissions and to prevent dust from becoming a nuisance or a safety hazard. This piece of equipment could also be used, let's see, where's that sheet? got my sheets out of order. Please forgive me. Well, long story short, currently we rent one twice a year. I think that cost is $738 per rental. And so there's 14. And I've talked to Parks and Rec, and they would have a dire need of a piece of equipment like that to make the grass grow, keep the dust down, and keep things from eroding. And again, the permit we have it requires us to handle erosion at the landfill, and we turn dirt out there on a daily basis.
Mark, you kind of answered my question because I thought Parks and Rec's got multiple locations that this would be beneficial for.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And I spoke to Mr. McGee about that. And he's excited about the possibility of this equipment being a county piece of equipment.
Gentlemen?
Mark, what did you say that the rental was on that?
It's $738 a week, and but staff has to travel all the way to Hickory to retrieve it, and then all the way back to Hickory to take it back.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, you need to mute your, there you go. He did. Okay. Other questions, comments? So it sounds like of the five or the multiple items, the UV sounds like an ARPA situation. Controls for general services building, possibly an ARPA situation. So those could be revisited. The accounting tech sounds like it's your number one priority.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And rate study would be beneficial to us long-term to make our solid waste more efficient. And so that could be a long-term savings if we made the $20,000 commitments, what you're saying.
Yes, sir, I'm confident it will be.
And it sounds like we've got multiple uses for the last piece of equipment as well. So to me, the accounting tech, rate study, the piece of equipment makes sense. I think we need to look and get 100% sure on as far as ARPA funds for the two big lifts are asked, which is the UV lift air purifier and the controls for general services building. Does that summation sound reasonable?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Gentlemen, thoughts, comments, questions? Mr. Taylor, you're muted.
Maynard, you need to unmute.
Yep, you're muted. There you go.
My question was operating that. I don't know how much that weighs. Do you know what it weighs?
I do not, but when it was looked at and priced, we do have a vehicle that could certainly slide it in the back and to use it.
Does it take a machine to unload it, to take it out of the truck?
I would think so.
I see the motor in it. There's
We
the
do have a
motor in it.
forklift. Yeah.
Oh.
It would be out of landfill, and we do have the equipment to load it in to the back of the truck where it could be utilized currently. I'm assuming you mix the seed with the water. That's correct. Yeah. So it'll take two people to operate it, correct? Well, one driving and one riding in that cage. I assume so. Yes, sir. Okay. But you're not planning on to come back and ask for a pickup truck for it? No, not at all. No, sir. Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Or do you already have the seed and whatever else you would need to use?
Yes, I was out at the landfill recently and I seen a stack of seed and a stack of fertilizer about chest high on a pallet. So we got quite a bit in stock.
So there wouldn't be any additional monies needed for the supplies for that to use?
Not for quite a while, sir.
You have that much, I'd say the supplies, as expensive as they are now, cost a lot more than the machine.
I think it's been sitting there a while, so I'm thinking we bought it at a much lower cost than it's going at now. So.
All right, other questions? So to summarize, gentlemen, and agree or disagree, just tell me once again, the accounting tech is the number one priority. The rate study could save us money long-term. This piece of machinery can be used for multiple tasks. And then the controls and UV, the more expensive items, we can double check with ARPA funds to see that they're applicable. Does that seem reasonable, Commissioner Abley?
So, yes, very much so.
Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell?
Mr. Chairman, I got a couple of questions,
Sure.
if you don't mind. Mark, I know you've not been here an awfully long time, but before I vote on this and some other things, how many projects is still on your list that we have voted on and that we have put in our budget? How many projects you still, does your Department of General Services have to complete?
I mean, in process.
Yes, in process, and how many have not been started?
I don't have an exact number on that, but I know that there were a couple items, especially air conditioning projects and roofing projects, where we had hoped that to utilize the services of Mosley as they did this space needs assessment to help us draft some specs so that it could get bid out properly. And when they came through, I guess that wasn't part of it. So now we're trying to put that together. I think we've got one or two projects out for bid now. We're whittling down on the rest, but that was the primary reason why we were holding off, waiting to hopefully utilize their services in that way as they came through looking at our buildings. And they are architectural, mechanical engineers, and they hope to utilize their services in that way, but it just didn't happen.
So all the other projects that they have come before us and we have funded, those are done and paid for?
They're either done, paid for, or in process, I guess.
But you don't know how many's in process, right?
No, sir. I don't have an exact number. Many of them that you're referring to are roofing and HVAC projects, I believe.
So those are the major projects, right?
Excuse me?
Those are the major projects that you have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, what was your question for me? I'm sorry. You're
muted.
You're muted.
Sorry. It's been a long day. See if you're in favor of the accounting tech, the rate study, and the piece of equipment, and leave off the two main asks because we may be able to use ARPA funds for those.
Okay.
Good with that?
Yep.
Okay, so that's affirmative for Commissioner Abley, Britton, Carswell. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you. I know it's been a long day for you too, sitting at that desk bunched up, but we appreciate it.
Let me say thank you, and I wish everybody a happy, safe Memorial Day weekend.
Same to you, Mark, Brian, Alan. Y'all have a great weekend. Thank you, sirs. All right, gentlemen. Does anybody need a quick break, or you good to move on?
Let's move on.
Okay.
Move on.
Let's do it. Last but not least, item number 11, Sheriff's request for budget reconsideration. This will be presented by Sheriff Wisnett.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Appreciate you guys hanging in there this long and got light at the end of the tunnel now, about to finish up. So thank you for the opportunity to bring our request to you this afternoon. And we have 8 high priority items listed in order of their importance. And so I'll start with pay first. We had requested a 2 pay grade increase, which would be approximately 10% for the sheriff's office staff to stay competitive and to solve our recruitment and retention issues that everybody knows are occurring in law enforcement throughout the state and the country. For the detention officers, we had also requested a $2,000 signing bonus to be split between the recruiter and the new officer after 1 year of service. Then lastly, we'd recommend a change in the pay plan to ensure that when an officer is promoted, they do not have to revert back to the starting their merit increases all over. I think the staff are looking at that as feeling that they're being penalized for promotions. We've actually had, I know at least one officer that did not want to be promoted because he would lose his merit money that he had built up over a number of years. As with the uniform change that we'll be talking about, number 2, this is one of the things that we did and request we got from a survey, trying to talk about what can we do to help with recruitment and retention. 2 deputies actually created a survey. It was an anonymous survey that we put out through the whole sheriff's office, and we try to prioritize those things, how we could most help the staff. And this was obviously one of the top requests. The reason we're asking for that under A, our goal is to be fully staffed and trained in the jail to allow us to begin renting beds to generate a significant amount of revenue for the county. You know, when we built the jail, we had high hopes of getting fully staffed quickly, but then COVID hit and that changed a lot of things. On top of that, with the less interest in law enforcement throughout the nation and obviously state and our county, it's been difficult hiring and keeping people in the jail. But our goal is to get staffed up and trained so we can start generating revenue for the county. As we all know, we can generate quite a bit of money. B, we're aware of 4 sheriff's offices who have increased their pay and solved the recruitment issues. I know I've heard that pay is not the not a way that you can recruit and retain staff, and I've heard that all my life. But I've personally talked to sheriffs that have been successful in recruiting. Now, we don't know about retention over the years, but they have been successful in recruiting. And then C, we just fear that if we don't get a significant pay raise, there's agencies in close proximity to us and it's paying good salaries, and then the private sector with their increases of their amount they're paying, we're fearful that we'll lose staff and not be able to recruit them. One of our neighboring sheriff's office talked to that sheriff several weeks ago, and he is going to be getting 10% pay raise for all of their staff, and some of the deputies will be receiving up to 20%, and that's a county that's in contiguous beside of us. And then just as a note, talking about higher paying jobs, we've lost 3 deputies with a total of 59 years experience to higher paying jobs in May. And we do appreciate the county manager's recommendation of 4% COLA, which will help, but we were not granted any pay grade increases. So I'll stop there and answer any questions that we can.
Gentlemen, comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, Margaret, didn't we have I don't have that before me, but I'm pretty sure we had a cost of living increase for the entire employment. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Well, for number one, I don't like singling out different departments, and the cost of living increase is higher than we give in every other department, because I think all our departments are at this point searching and trying to retain employees. And I don't think it's just a sheriff's problem. And I think I'm remembering correctly, a couple of years back, for 2 years, we gave 6 raises to the sheriff's department. And I said then, and I repeat now, a lot of these people who are leaving Burke County are not leaving just for money. And just to offer money for a problem or for a situation that is greater than just the money. And it's taking tax dollar money, making the taxes higher and increase them. And even though you don't have an increase on your rate, your taxes are still going up. And my taxes went up 2% because of the fire department going up 2 cents. So it's just, I don't think it's a good philosophy for a board to favor one department over another. And this appears to be that, and has appeared for the last 3, 4, 5 years. Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor. Other comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the pay study in front of me, but if I'm not mistaken, the HR group that did not concur with, or in other words, I think the pay study said we were pretty much where we needed to be. Am I correct in that?
I believe that is correct. Yes, sir. They were not actually supposed to be in this year's part, but they did look at them, the detention and the deputies.
Mr. Chairman, one comment I forgot to make. I would be in agreement if needed on the uniform side of the sheriff's request. And that's provided the ones that they have enough wear or tear or whatever that it's needed, and it's just not a request.
Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Mr. Chair, can I add some additional information?
Yes.
One of the things that we're running into, and I go to a lot of sheriff's conferences and meetings and so forth, and one of the things that seems like HR and what sheriffs are saying is different in some situations. It's like Catawba County, my understanding from talking to the sheriff, they're up to 42,250 for their officers. Cleveland County is up to 48,178. And then detention's 42,375. Lincoln County is up to 44,563. And for sworn, 41,164 for detention. So, and a couple more, let me get. Haywood County, I wanted to see the amount that we had for them. Yeah, Haywood County, which is a smaller county than us, they're up to 44,815 for sworn, 42,631 for detention. Now that's without whatever they're going to get in COLAs and new raises. I think one of the things, Mr. Taylor, that we're facing is these other counties are having to raise pay to recruit and retain. So that's who we're competing with. Our neighboring McDowell County, some of those deputies are going to be getting 20% pay raises. And the difficulty is that will be the first time, and I think historically, that McDowell County will be making more, paying more for their deputies than Burke County. forever. So when I go to these meetings and things, we all talk about this, the sheriffs do, and they have been getting these increases. Now, I don't know if those are reflected in the most recent pay study, but I do think they'll be getting additional monies July the 1st. So we're already behind these that I just mentioned. We're going to be further behind. And I think it's just going to be more difficult to compete with those other counties. And one other thing I'll share, the detention officers, we lost 5 detention officers to FedEx within a matter of a couple months. And it was just purely the pay. So I want to ensure that you're educated to the fact that other counties are increasing their pay, and they will increase it again in July 1st. I'm sure some of them will. It may just be COLA, or maybe additional money, but I want to make sure that you are aware of that. Thank you.
Sheriff, I'm just going to jump in here. You know, you and I disagree on it just being pay. I don't believe that. I think I've talked to a ton of officers and people in the community, and I talked to other county commissioners. What you're hearing and what I'm hearing is two different things. You know, the detention officers, well, the reason they're leaving is you're telling me one thing, I hear absolutely something completely different. And so, you know, we can agree to disagree on that. I will go back to Commissioner Taylor's point, and I'd agree with him because he's getting the same calls all of us get. You know, we got to deal with, well, you see what we, all the departments we have to deal with. And honestly, we've shown y'all preferential treatment for the last 6 years. And I think, not that you don't deserve it, but a lot of our departments deserve it. I mean, social workers got a tough job, you know, teachers, all the folks. And so, you know, it's frustrating because it always comes back money, money, money. Well, it's not always money. And I know for a fact it's not just money. And we've got to answer to all those departments because I get comments that why does the sheriff always get what he wants and we don't? And so just throw my 2 cents worth on that. You got to look at it from our point of view as well. And I mean, the other commissioners get those comments as well. We're just not you know, we got to stick somewhat toward our budget. And so, you know, just throwing 2 cents worth in, gentlemen. Other questions or comments on this particular item? Well, we'll just move on to uniforms then.
Okay, the second item is uniforms, and one of our efforts to solve the recruitment and retention was that survey that I mentioned earlier. We did that in addition to having an open door policy. We've been personally reacting and going and meeting with the detention officers. We have shadowed detention officers, and all of those things. We're trying to work toward those other issues, Mr. Chairman, about not just money, but being available, hearing their thoughts and going beyond just pay. Our second item that was shared by many of the staffs was they wanted to change the uniform. One of the top requests was to upgrade the uniforms to more comfortable, safer, more modern and medically beneficial uniform to move much of the weight from the hips to the carrier vest. A lot of agencies that you may have seen are moving to that. Under A, we used $51,770 of a grant that we were given to purchase the carrier vest for the sworn and non-sworn officers. Under B, I need to correct something. We requested a uniform budget for next year, and it's got $127,000, but it's actually $159,900. That's for the sworn deputies and detention officers to cover the remaining expense of giving each officer 3 uniforms, and then to take into account the normal wear and tear and replacement expenses experienced each year. We just did not get enough money recommended from the manager to be able to complete that uniform transition. So we would ask that you give us the sufficient funding that we can purchase the rest of those uniforms. And I think that will be a huge morale increase for the staff. They've been asking for a long time. They've been very excited. We created a committee that Major Huntsman headed up, and that was one of the best morale things that we have done. And the community is very excited about the way the uniforms look. And so we've got an officer here that was actually one of the two that created the survey for us. So if Anthony would get in the camera view, we just wanted to show you what the new uniform looks like. Can you see him okay? And that's basically what the sworn officers look like, and the detention officers too will be getting stab vests. And they're going to be black in color also. So we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have about the uniforms.
Gentlemen, questions?
Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, I don't mind considering the uniforms. And as I understand it, they're going to use some grant money, and they're asking $64,900. How many uniforms is that for?
That would be 3 uniforms for all the sworn and detention staff.
So that's what number, Steve? Sheriff?
Yeah, the 6490, Mr. Taylor, that's what the county manager recommended. We're asking for $159,900 to purchase the uniforms and to have those additional uniforms to cover for, new hires where they tear them when they're chasing somebody through the woods and so forth. So our request is $159,900 rather than what the county manager recommended, $64,900.
So we're doubling that. We're adding 64, about double that. Is that correct? A little more than double.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But that is for the jail and the sworn officers. That's for all the officers at the sheriff's office.
Other questions, comments on uniforms, gentlemen?
So
No?
your-
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, so your desire is to change the total look of the uniform from the current uniform. I think I remember in 2000 when you went to the black and grays, you were voted the best looking uniforms in the United States of America, if I remember correctly. And now we want to change to a solid black, more of a vest type uniform for carry purposes. Is that correct?
Yeah, the vest is what a lot of law enforcement is going to. What it does is take the weight off of the officer's hip, and it's much more medically beneficial to officers. It's more comfortable. A lot of agencies are going to that. I think that Sheriff McDevitt was the one that had the gray uniform.
Gray and black.
Yeah, the gray and black. This will be something that's easier to match. The black is easier to match and buying shirts and pants too. But again, we've had nothing but very positive comments from the public, and the staff is very pleased with being able to maybe have an opportunity to do this.
How's it medically beneficial?
The getting the weight off of their hips and put it on their chest, and I'll let Banks address some of this too, because he chaired that committee.
Yeah, there's been some studies done, Commissioner Carswell, about taking that weight off of the hips completely. Probably with the gun belt and everything, they're wearing probably 25 to 30 extra pounds around their waist. I reached out to North Carolina County Commissioners Association, And that guy Halliburton, I think he's with the risk part of it. He sent me some studies that they have looked into that supported what we're talking about. And the officers that are wearing the testing and evaluation equipment that now on duty, they've all reported benefits of distributing that weight better. They like the being able to have their vest on the outside of the uniform, which allows their body to breathe between calls. There's just a lot of benefits to having that. But the big thing is wear and tear on back, hips, and just getting that weight off of the hips and back.
This is Wayne Abley, and I think, we've spent a lot of money today, and I don't think it's going to kill us to buy these uniforms. When I look out on the road and I see our cars, I've got a lot of comments how good our cars look, and I think putting some money in uniforms is, the money we spent today, this is just a little bit, just a fraction of, what we need to be doing for the sheriff's department.
Other questions, comments, gentlemen?
Just one more, Mr. Chairman. Steve, is there any value in your old uniforms? Can we sell them or market them, or what will you do with those old uniforms?
Yeah, we've not having to buy them and replace them. We've been in hopes that we could get these new uniforms. We've not been buying those. And so the ones that we wear are pretty worn out, and we have very few replacement uniforms. So I really don't think any agency would want those uniforms. Guys, do you command staffs in there? Do y'all know of any use?
Nobody wears.
Yeah, they're saying nobody wears that type of uniform anymore.
Okay, thank you.
All right, gentlemen. Any other questions, or we'll move on to item number 3, jail personnel positions?
Okay, thank you, sir. The jail requested the renewal
Just
of
a point of order here, just a second. Mr. Chairman, do you want to settle the uniform before going to the third item?
Actually, I was going to let him, we could go through all get the summation of all the explanations, then decide on what we'd like to do point by point, if that's okay with everybody.
It's all right. Just needed to know because we settled on the first one.
Well, I don't believe we settled on the first one. I just gave an opinion, but we didn't vote. So we'll come back to, we'll just do an overall. We'll do it after we hear all the presentation, but yeah, point taken. So go ahead, Cheryl.
All right, 3, the jail personnel positions. We had requested the renewal of the sworn lieutenant's position and for another position, the reclassification of a DCI classification PREA position from detention officer to sergeant. Talking about the lieutenant's position, we had asked for 4 lieutenants for that jail, and y'all were nice enough later to give us a lieutenant's position that we've added. And there's just a list of benefits that position has fulfilled, and it's really become vital and a necessary part of the jail. The position provides a sworn officer with the ability to serve warrants, perform local and state transport of inmates to DPS facilities. It provides a full-time on-site training coordinator. It provides a general instructor, ASPATON and OC spray instructor, which allows for faster training time for new hires. It provides another lieutenant on-call rotation schedule. Additionally, this position is able to fill in for shift supervisors and short staff, provides a sworn officer to supervise inmates in the hospital setting, can temporarily perform certain duties of the captain when he's unavailable, and assists the sheriff's office fleet sergeant with maintenance schedule of jail vehicles. I'm taking some water in my voice is leaving. Excuse me. Then this under B, the DCI classification pre-officer. It is a mandatory position that is currently occupied by a detention officer. And our purpose for changing this is this position is required to provide guidance and instruction on the level beyond that afforded to routine detention officers. Some of the duties include training other officers, instruction in completion of forms, classifying and instructing shift supervisors on housing requirements of inmates, and conducting PREA investigations for any accusations made against subordinate officers. But neither of these positions were recommended, so we're asking that you consider giving us these two positions.
Gentlemen, questions, comments? Kind of eerily silent on that one. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a question really for the sheriff. If he wants to graduate somebody, we're not allotting any more money or anything on it. I didn't see a dollar figure on that.
Yeah, traditionally, HR and finance provide those numbers for those positions.
Now, if I recall, Sheriff, we just agreed to that lieutenant position for 1 year. Wasn't that specifically created just for one particular individual?
Well, we lost that position. It was nice to be able to find a position for that person to continue. But as we had requested initially, we were asking for lieutenant's positions, one for each shift. And we did find that having that position, is what I just shared, was a great asset to the jail because it's a sworn position. They carry a gun. They're able to make arrests. They serve warrants there. When somebody has to go to the jail, we have to go, to the hospital. We have to send an officer there so that person could go anytime they were there. But you are correct. That position will go away at the end of June, but we would just like to keep that. I think that officer that's in the position now is planning on retiring this year.
So recreating the position for another year, I think Commissioner Taylor's probably going to ask, what does that cost?
And I would refer to Margaret. If Margaret, could you give that information?
For the entire year or for a few months?
Well, probably both. That would be good. We would like to have the position from now on, but if you would consider keeping it until the officer retires, that would be great too.
When is the retirement?
Greg, do you know?
In October, December.
Yeah, October to December.
So you're really talking about half a year.
Yes.
So we could approve that if we agree to the lieutenant's position for a half a year. That is an option.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
That is an option. We can approve it till the gentleman retires. If we don't want to fill that position permanently, if we do decide to fill it or refill it this year. So we do have that option to make that commitment.
The full year dollar amount, Chair Mulvey, looks like $89,415 for salary and benefits. So half a year would be $44,710 approximately.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, comments on this gentleman? All right. Software subscriptions.
Okay, number 4, this expense line is utilized by the sheriff's office to cover the reoccurring expenses of software subscriptions such as Leads Online, which is used to track and locate stolen items surrendered to pawn shops and scrap metal facilities. TLO, monthly access, which is used to locate individuals during investigations, and the Calio system, which is used for clandestine drug operations. In addition, we requested a left system, or something that's comparable to meet the statutory requirements under Senate Bill 300 in order to maintain and track critical areas of officers' training, citizens' complaints, officer conduct issues such as traffic incidents, use of force or disciplinary actions, etc., through the officer's entire career. We had requested $27,705 to purchase the software to fund these subscriptions, and was recommended $15,510.
Questions, comments, gentlemen, on software subscriptions?
Are these annual ongoing subscription costs?
Yes, so those are annual. The only thing that's not, we've not had the left system. What happened was we realized that we had to start doing this, keeping this record. This is new from Senate Bill 300, and we just need a electronic program. And I'll give you a good example. We're facing a lawsuit now where an attorney recommended, or he asked for all the write-ups and disciplinary actions on all the, well, I forgot how many of the staff that was in the jail. And he said, you just have to push a button to get that, don't you? Said, no, that's paper files. We'll have to literally go through all the personnel files to get that information. So some agencies, and Moncton's one of them, we piggybacked on their training for left, a company that provides this software to keep up with all this data. And the captain and I went and listened to the presentation, and Moncton has purchased it. And I think it would be very worthwhile for us to be able to keep these records electronically from this point on, and it will make it much simpler in the future looking back. And we're complying with the state statute that we must keep these.
Mr. Chairman. You're back on mute, Scott.
Oh, sorry. Any other questions, gentlemen, on this item?
I need to ask the finance officer about something.
Yes, sir.
Margaret, wasn't there some software we just bought last year? You thought a lot of this is duplication.
The Motorola software that the board appropriated $626,000 for the sheriff's office has data collection and tracking, is our understanding, that would meet these requirements.
I'll let the captain share that information we had, because like I say, Morganton, after they looked at what Motorola was providing, was not sufficient, so they have purchased it also.
So Motorola Flex does have a personnel and a training module, but it does not track citizen complaints, use of force, things like that. And there's no way with the Lefta system, you could set it up to alert you, and that's part of Senate Bill 300, that we have to create some type of system, early warning system, that alerts us when an officer has too many vehicle wrecks, too many citizens complaints, too many uses of forces, that it alerts us that, hey, this officer may be a problem. Again, this does duplicate some of the facets of Flex, but it also picks up a lot of areas that Flex doesn't have. And it also digitizes everything that we're doing by hand now, that we're handwriting all these reports and maintaining them in folders and things like that.
Other questions, comments concerning this item? If not, we'll go on to maintenance and repair for current equipment. Lisa.
Thank you, sir. This line item includes service agreements for Adenia, APHIS fingerprinting, which the sheriff's office and jail uses to fingerprint arrestees, new employees hires, citizens applying for concealed carry permits, and citizens whose employment requires fingerprint. Radar certifications for currently in-use radar units, Star Witness, which allows the monitoring and recording of interviews and interrogations, including statutory requirements to record capital and other certain crimes, and then $2,000 for unexpected equipment repair. These are just ongoing software programs that we have, and this is annual fee to keep them. We had requested 14,500. We were recommended for 8,200.
Questions, comments, gentlemen? All right, we'll go on to patrol vehicles.
Thank you, sir. We have requested 14 Ford Explorers at a cost of $663,000, but we were recommended for $379,000, which would purchase 8 Ford Explorers. Under A, we've had historically been on a path to replace most of our vehicles with over 100,000 miles. We now have 29 vehicles with over 100,000 miles, some with over 150,000 miles. With the demand placed on patrol vehicles with significant maintenance issues that we're having with Dodge Chargers front ends and engine cams, we believe the cost of repairs and safety makes keeping a majority of our vehicles under 100,000 miles as the most economical and the safest plan.
Gentlemen, any questions? The sheriff on this item?
Mr. Chairman, how many total vehicles does the sheriff department operate?
I'll ask Captain Robinson if he knows that answer.
I did not bring that information. If we have that, I can provide it to them in an email.
Were you able to hear that, sir?
I did not hear that.
Yeah, Captain Robinson off the top of his head doesn't know. He said he would be glad to provide it, or we can go try to get that for you now.
So the formula for 14 per year, does that replace your fleet in how many years?
I think it all depends on what we do is we save the best cars for patrol who's in pursuits and so forth. Then they start being handed down. Whereas like SROs, their cars will be higher mileage. But we hand them down until they get at least 100,000 miles. And like I said, we've got some over 150,000 miles. We are replacing these cars with 150,000 miles or it's got over 100. I just think it's wise to keep those replaced rather than start running these bills up. Some of these repair bills for the Chargers are significant. And talking about the cams, and the front ends, those are significant costs. So I think the county's done a really good job in the past few years of replacing those as they got those high miles on it. One of the things we have quit buying the Dodge Charger because Dodge said that it was a mistake for them to put a V8 in those Chargers. They're twisting off the cams. The front ends can't stand the engine torque. And so we've moved to pretty much purchasing the Ford Explorers. We're having much better success with those Ford Explorers.
Gentlemen, any other questions on this?
That was in there, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the finance officer a question?
Yes, sir.
Margaret, do you remember what we've been in the past few years, how many vehicles we've been approving? And then didn't they run into a problem with the Chargers because they can't get none anymore?
We've been doing 8 per year. And I believe there was an issue with the cars that were ordered 2 years ago. They took a significant amount of time to come in, more than a year. But the Explorers, I believe they have all of this year's, or we're getting close to all of this year's. They've come in dribbles instead of a lump like they normally might.
Yeah, I can tell you that in some of the meetings I'm in with other sheriffs, the ones that are still buying the Chargers, they are in a bind because they just do not have the vehicles available. They are actually reaching out to sheriff's offices to see if they got used vehicles that they can purchase from other sheriff's offices.
Patrol cars. 99 total vehicles in the fleet, which include jail vehicles, bus, sheriff, and transport. 34 have over 100,000 miles and 20 are over.
Okay. All right. I got these numbers for you. We've got 99 total vehicles the sheriff's office has, including the jail and bus. We have 73 take-home cars. 34 of those have over 100,000 miles. 20 are over 5 years old. So it's 99 total vehicles.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
Scott, one more. Can we get an average of how many miles per year is put on one of those cars?
Well, I think it depends on which division it's in. Like right now, when our numbers are down and we've got some, significant vacancies at the sheriff's office and a lot of vacancies in the jail. When you're working with 5 officers, those officers are literally sometimes having to go back and forth across the county. So we're putting a significant number of miles on the cars, and we've had captains run a shift, and then the captain will be, whoever the shift commander is, they will be going all over the county. And I think Captain Robson said you run out 2 tanks of gas, 2.5 tanks of gas in one shift. So we're on those cars, we're putting a tremendous number of miles, just going from call to call, covering 500 square miles with 5 cars.
Mr. Chairman, I think just simple math would tell us that they got 99 cars and you replace 10 a year, you'd always have, you'd purchase 10 cars a year on an average. And I'm sure there'll be at times that more than 10 of those cars will need to be replaced. So that's just for information. I just wanted to know if you average, and probably under those high use vehicles, you're probably going to replace at least every 5 to 6 years.
Mr.
An
Taylor,
average of
I
20,000 a
agree,
year.
and that's what's happened. I think the last few years, the county manager has recommended within a couple cars of what we asked for, but that our numbers will have to go up every year. Now we're up to 14. We may have next year, if we don't get those, it may be 16, 17 to try to replace those.
Those 99 though, that's not all patrol cars.
Oh, no.
So
That's all
actually,
of it.
how many patrol cars are the actual amount? Because I think there's a misnomer when we're saying 100 cars, but we know it's not 100 vehicles that need to be replaced that quickly. We're talking about patrol cars.
I think if we're fully staffed, we've got 30 deputies. Is that correct? 7 and on days 8 at night if we were fully staffed. So that would be 30 patrol cars.
But you'd have to count civil.
Yeah, now that's just people that's running up and down the road. Then you got the civil division, you got detectives.
But would it be fair to say
74 issued cars?
What's that?
Yeah, and one of the things I shared, we got 73 take-home cars. So those cars are officers that take home the cars and drive them all the time. So the remaining cars are the ones that we've got sitting here for jail transport cars, reserve cars, spares.
So it's fair to say that 75 are getting the rough use, the other 25 not so much. I'm just trying to get clarity because Commissioner Taylor brought up the replacement, so if you're looking at that and it's 75 and we're replacing 8 a year, we're getting pretty close to be on schedule. I don't know. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it. But anyway, any other questions on this one, gentlemen? All right, we'll move on to the next item.
Okay, number 7 is training. The training budget for the sheriff's office includes firearms training, mandatory sheriff association training, specialized training for specialty positions such as investigators, field trainers, school resource, SWAT, or other required training. We also requested some additional funds to cover the expenses of sending 6 new recruits to BLET training. The practice of hiring and paying BLET cadets has become the norm for us and surrounding counties in order to recruit new officers. The Sheriff's Office has had positive experience with this method that encourages vital recruitment. We graduated 7 recruits on May 20th of this year. The amount requested by the Sheriff's Office in this line item is $22,500. The amount recommended for approval was $10,000, which would not allow us the funding of the new BLET recruitment option to fill critical number of current vacancies. Our current budget, this year's budget, 21-22 line item, was funded at $9,500, and the Sheriff's Office was required to submit budget amendments in the amount of $15,000 to cover the necessary training expenses during this year. So we're asking that our $22,500 budget request be granted.
Gentlemen, questions, comments? And to me, this training is pretty essential. So just an observation by me. Anybody got questions, comments on it?
I would agree with you.
Sheriff, how do you choose which 6 recruits go to that training?
Well, we interview, this last group, we took them out of the jail. We have a lot of people we hire in the past, they go through the jail initially. And if they're interested in going to be a sworn position, we put their name on a list and then go down the list when we're filling vacancies on sworn positions. So this group of people were people that we'd hired for detention that did have an interest in being sworn deputies. So this last group came out of the jail. Hopefully in the future, we can hire enough people that want to remain in the jail and just hire off of the street. But we go through the interview process and we just hire them and then set them up for the basic law enforcement training.
We pull 5 from the jail, we hire everybody else from the street.
Yeah, and we had how many out of the?
We only hired 5, brought 5, we wouldn't cripple the jail.
Yeah.
We hired others off the street after they passed a background.
And Banks has reminded me that we sent 5 out of the jail and we just couldn't afford to lose any more positions out of the jail. The vacancies are so high to be able to operate the jail. So we did hire, I think it was 4.
We sent 9.
4 off of the street that we hired straight off the street and sent them to basic law enforcement training.
Margaret, is there a grant or are there grants or ARPA pay for training for such as this?
There's certainly under revenue replacement with ARPA, but there is a possibility we could look at it under the law enforcement section. There are some grants out there. I'm happy to have Jessica look further for those and see if there are any.
Okay. Looks like we need to find one if we can. That's all I can tell you. That's the only question I had, Scott.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, gentlemen? If not, we'll move on to item number 8, equipment.
Okay, number 8, the Sheriff's Office had secured a grant to purchase items necessary in the event of civil unrest incident, which one did occur at the historic courthouse, you remember, regarding the statute a couple of years ago. It's necessary for the Sheriff's Office to secure a trailer to both store these items and transport them in the event that we have a civil unrest incident. Last year we talked about this. Commissioners discussed that if the Sheriff's Office was able to obtain the civil unrest gear, the civil unrest trailer would be purchased. The trailer was not recommended by the manager, so we asked that the trailer be funded at a cost of $11,000.
Gentlemen, questions, comments?
What is the size of that trailer?
8.5 by 20.
Is it an enclosed trailer?
Yes, and it's got a tandem axle because this gear will be pretty significantly heavy.
Well, we just looked at some for another department that it was 8.5 by 20 foot, and it was $8,200.
Was it a tandem axle?
Usually 20 foots are tandem, but we did not have the specs on the trailer other than the size, so I couldn't answer that question. Margaret, do you have an answer to that?
It references TA. I don't know if that's the tandem access in the description, but to hold that election equipment, I would imagine the weight would be certainly more than the civil unrest gear, I would think, or the same.
You might share that information, and who it's a local firm that's doing it. When I say local, he's in with within a couple counties of us. It'd be a savings of $3,000 or so, right close to it.
And as a matter of information, the captain gave me the quote also includes a $1,750 awning. That's for the officers, so they can, when they show up, the equipment trailer shows up, that's where they will kit up with the equipment in the trailer. So we did add $1,750 awning.
And just my opinion on this, gentlemen, this is, I understand the civil unrest. We had one incident in memory. I think this is more of a wish list request than a necessity, in my opinion. Other opinions, questions?
Well, Sheriff, where do you keep the gear now?
We don't have it yet.
Yeah, it's on the way. Here's the problem that we know will happen. And of course, and I'll just let Banks, he's the one that deals with SWAT, and we keep all that gear in one location. So Banks, share your thoughts about why we need to have this on a trailer and keep it in one location and be able to take it to the scene.
I think, especially with gear like this, you'll select your 12 to 20 team members. And then that way, whenever they get the call out, they can go to the scene, this gear comes out, rolls up, and then you can issue it out and issue it back up. Having it on a trailer in one location assures that it will be there every time you need it. It seems like sometimes when you issue gear out like that, the guys, when they get there, sometimes they've left a piece of it at the house. They took a piece out to clean it or do something with it. But I think the best thing to do would be to bring that trailer, and that's what other departments do. Issue that stuff out at the incident, take it back up when you leave. That way it's all there the next time you need it.
Yep. It also includes ammunition.
Yeah, we'll also be carrying like chemical munitions on that trailer, also some launchers, things like that we will also need if one of those incidents happen.
I would agree. If you don't have all your gear together and get it on the scene at the same time, odds are it won't get there.
This stuff, we call our team guys out. Of course, they carry all their stuff with them in a patrol car or whatever they're driving, on duty. And, sometimes they get there and they've left a piece at the office, they've left a piece at their house, something that they need. And with this trailer, there's no time to run back to the house and get that. You're having to build a line and deal with, a chaotic situation and get those guys lined up and ready to deal with the situation. There's no time to run back to the house. That's why it's important to issue that gear out whenever they get there and take it back up when you leave. That way, you know, it's there and they'll have it when you need it.
And another, a little more information, and with the sheriff's offices that have them, they've been utilizing civil unrest. Now, we would have the closest one that has a civil unrest team that has been in several riots is Gaston County. The difficulty that is that it takes them a while to come. I know that without a doubt they would come. And if you look at the video of us on the square, we're standing there with no gear on, and if you get into a situation where you've got a civil unrest incident, you're going to have a lot of officers hurt. So I hope we would never have to use it, but I do fear in the future elections that we may be in a situation where we would have to utilize this gear.
Yeah, and one thing is, with a situation like that, even in our small town, we would have to rely on other agencies to come help us to build a team with some of those incidents that could possibly happen here. Hope it never does. But in the same token, if they call us for help, we need to go help them as well. And that's the whole thing, is being good partners with other law enforcement agencies, and because they will come if we ask them. And Morgan and the sheriff's office, we don't have enough people to deal with something like we're talking about. And in the same situation, you know, we may have to go to other counties and help them as well. So it's better if everybody has a little bit of gear and we can rely on others. And that's the big thing, is building good relationships with other law enforcement agencies to get that help when we need it.
And gentlemen, I'm gonna ask you to move on to number 9, because I've got a 3:45 phone appointment and we need to get through this so I can hear it all.
Okay, this item, I just grouped the rest of the things that are important to us, but we felt the 8 items was extremely of high importance. But the following list would greatly enhance and advance our sheriff's office to an even greater level of service for our citizens. Those requests include a new civil process administrative assistant. That reason for that is we've got a new process of how those civil processes have to be entered into the system, and taking the money. It's got to be done at one time now. So we really need somebody to do that for us. A field training officer coordinator, additional pay for our field training officers who are training our new officers, an additional deputy for our 4 patrol shifts, purchase of the sheriff's app, funding an Explorer program, that's high school students to begin a long-term program to help solve recruitment problems and to increase funds for ammunition. And then lastly, we request the funding of 2 APX 8000 radios to provide external communication between our jail staff and the outside world. That meaning including the emergency communication centers and us, law enforcement officers, sworn law enforcement officers, where we can talk inside the jail in the event of a jail emergency or a loss of landline phone service.
Gentlemen, questions on this item? Any?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sheriff, don't we already have at least 2 of these radios in the jail now?
Correct. Yes.
You're asking for an additional 2?
Yes. Correct.
Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, there's no dollar amount on those 2 radios. What's the dollar amount? APX 8000 radios?
Did you ask how much they are?
Yes.
They're approximately 7,000, I think, a piece, or 6,000.
Closer to 7,000. Correct.
6,700.
Was that 7,000? Is that what I heard?
7,000 apiece, that's correct. Those are dual band radios, and that's what was tested and picked out by the IT, and I believe finance was involved in that radio test.
Gentlemen, any other questions on this item? Then let's move up to number 1. We'll go through this item by item. Okay, if you wouldn't mind moving that back prior pages, please, ma'am. Thank you. Item number 1, pay, gentlemen. I think Commissioner Taylor and I spoke earlier. Any other comments on this? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, as I said before, I don't like treating one department better than the other, and I don't see that we need to do that at this time, and especially as tight as our budget is.
And as I mentioned earlier, I'd agreed with you on those points, and plus our own pay study said that we are in market. So, Commissioner, let's see, Britton.
Yes, without without HR support, I can't go there.
Commissioner Abley.
Likewise.
Commissioner Carswell.
And no, sir, I can't support it at this time.
All right, item number 2. Uniforms. Gentlemen.
I'd like to support the uniforms.
I think Commissioner Abley had mentioned earlier he was in support. Is that correct?
That's right.
Commissioner Carswell.
Yes, I'll support it.
I support it. And Commissioner Taylor.
Yes, I had mentioned I would support the new uniforms.
Yes, sir. So we are in support of item number 2, Margaret. Item number 3, please. Jail personnel positions.
Excuse me. Sorry, Chair Moe, I just want to make sure. So we're adding the $95,000 difference in the request and the recommendation.
Yes.
For the uniforms.
Yes.
Okay.
Jail personnel positions, I just want to speak to this. Before we vote on this, the lieutenant, that I know that position was created for a certain individual. I wasn't for it to begin with. I made my statements clear. But to be honest with you, it was voted for. The gentleman at this point is going to be retiring in November or December. Personally, I don't think I wouldn't have voted for the position, but at this point, since we already voted for it, I don't see not voting for the position up until his retirement, and then, which is going to be less than 6 months, and then we could reassess whether that position is needed at that time, is my opinion. And the other, so that's my opinion on that position. So any other comments on this?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with that assessment and would support 6 months extension, which would take him to December.
How about the second one was, I'm sorry, DCI classification pre-officer, what's the feeling of the board on that one?
That can remain with the person it's with right now.
Okay, so are we good with what I stated and that second position, Commissioner Abley?
I'm on board.
Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell?
Yes.
And Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, that has passed. Margaret, you got that?
6 months or a full year on the
6 months.
position?
6 months, where however long it takes him to get retirement, then we'll reassess and see if that's actually a necessary position.
And on the second one, you're saying yes to the reclassification and increase or
Yeah.
no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item number 4, software subscriptions. I'm kind of middle of the field on this one. I'm not sure, gentlemen. I'm pretty passionate on some of these. I'm pretty clear on, but what's your opinions on software subscriptions? Any,
Mr. Chairman, with the software being used, I don't know how we could not allow the maintenance and subscription to take place.
I think Commissioner Britton had mentioned, I had a question or two on this as well. Jeff, what's your,
I think some of this was new, wasn't it, Sheriff?
Yes, the left of the only thing that's new.
You're adding 12,000. We are, you already have 15,500.
so the 12,000 is really going for a new system. This is
Yes.
not, that's what he's asking for. Are y'all comfortable with that? I mean, you know,
If we can't meet the requirements any other way, I mean, it seems like you're almost going to have to be duplicating effort to keep, information and data in two different places. But if you got to have it, I understand. But
Another mandate by the state under Senate Bill 300. I vote yes for it.
okay. Commissioner Abley,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Britton.
yes,
And I vote yes then. Okay. Item number 5, maintenance and repair for current equipment. Gentlemen, once again, opinions negative or positive on this?
Well, it's kind of like the previous one. They recommended 82, which is in the budget, and asked them to move up to 14, which is $6,000 and change. I'm okay with that.
Commissioner Carswell's been a little quiet today just because I know he doesn't feel well. Any opinion?
No, we don't have any choice.
Okay, that's kind of how I feel. Let's go down. Commissioner Abley, you for
Yeah, I'm
it?
on board with that.
Okay, Commissioner Carswell, Commissioner Britton,
yes,
I'm on board, and Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
All right, item number 6, patrol vehicles. I do have an opinion on this. I know there's a finite amount of money. Some point I think 8 is a great recommendation personally. I mean, I'd love to do 14, but we spend a lot of money here, gentlemen. And, I know there's 100 vehicles, but we're only actually having to replace something that's, roughly 75 vehicles in a rotation. So, to me, I'm fine with the 8 where it stands, but I'll obviously go with the majority. So, opinions on this?
The Chargers.
I was thinking of 10.
I'm sorry, there was, Maynard, you said 10?
Yeah, I said I was thinking of 10, just from the comments earlier made with 99 cars, you replace 10 a year, it takes you 10 years to replace.
Yeah, I'm with Maynard on that. We don't want to get so far behind on that as we did quite a few years ago. We got so far behind on cars that it really put us in a bind, and we don't want to go there again. So I'm for the.
You're for 10?
Maynard says.
Commissioner Britton?
yeah. I think I can do 10. I don't know what the status of how we've fared over these last couple of years, but I certainly know vehicles at our place. We were waiting on vehicles. We may not get to 10. So I'm good with 10.
Okay. Commissioner Carswell?
Sure.
And I'm okay with 10. 14 was a reach for me, but I can see 10. So, Margaret, let's do 10. And we'll move on to item number 7. I think training is essential personally. Does anybody disagree with it?
I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Abley's fine with it. Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Margaret, let's add that into the budget, please. Item number 8, equipment. This one I spoke to earlier, I just, I see pros and cons for it. I don't think it's necessary, but obviously some of you do. So, let's go down. Commissioner Abley.
I'm not for this.
Okay, Commissioner Britton,
Yes, I am.
Commissioner Carswell,
If you're going to buy the equipment, you got to have somewhere to put it. And I understand taking it to the scene. I agree with that.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes, a comment on that, Scott. If all that equipment is located in one place and ready to move when an emergency happens, it could save 30 minutes in trying to load equipment, getting it ready to go, or even an hour. I think it's a good investment. The only comment I would make is we need to compare that trailer, et cetera, with the other ones. And if we can buy it for 8,000 instead of 11, we should go with the 8,000.
Margaret, do you have the majority? Do you understand the comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to other items under number 9. I'll give my opinion on that. Honestly, I mean, once again, I don't want to say wish list, but that's just my opinion on these items. But I could be, y'all may disagree. So, Commissioner Abley.
I'm like you. Yeah, this is something, if we get some money, maybe we can do, but not right now.
Commissioner Britton.
No.
Commissioner Carswell.
No.
Commissioner Taylor.
The only thing I would add to the comments already made, if one of those APX radios go out, we will need to replace that equipment.
All right.
It is necessary.
Okay, thank you. Margaret, you got all that?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Sheriff, staff, thank y'all.
I'll
Thank you,
get back
guys,
and
and
double
thank
check
you
all
for
the
sticking
numbers.
with us.
Absolutely. Appreciate
Been a
all that.
long day.
All right, gentlemen, I got to make one quick phone call.
You're muted, Scott.
Thank you. Can we take a quick 5-minute recess? I do have to make a call.
Certainly.
We'll recess for 5 minutes and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
Let's run to the potty. Oh, yeah. I mean, yes, there's your leg.
All right. 5 minutes isn't up, but we'll sit here for a couple minutes. I was able to move that appointment back about 30 minutes. Wayne, this has been a long one, hasn't it, my friend?
It's been a long one. I was just saying, we were just talking in the office. It is a long one. I don't think I remember one like this in 20 years.
This is
But
something.
if we get it all over today, it'll be worth it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm gonna be at the beach next week, so I think should be in good stead. So that's a lot of, and the first day was over 3 hours, so we've put a lot of hours in besides, you know.
Now we are gonna have to hit fund balance a little bit, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, we are already at 2 million. I had a note here, 64,000 before today.
Yeah.
So we're talking, I'd have to go through the numbers, but it's got to be 22.5 and $3 million anyway. I would just guesstimate. Luckily, we put a good bit back in fund balance last year, so.
Yeah. That's a tough one. It's always tough to, you got that fund balance there, but it's always tough to touch it.
It is. Brian, your dogs are going to be ready to be walked again by the time we get done with this meeting.
Yeah, they just sent me a text.
Okay, how we looking?
Looking good.
We got everyone back.
I can't see Margaret, but she just may have her video turned off.
Got Johnny and Jeff.
Yes.
I'm here.
All right.
I do have revised numbers if you want them, but I
Okay.
reserve the right to double check them.
Okay. Brian, any comments?
No, the only thing I did, I wish I could have mentioned about the trailer is, do they have a vehicle big enough to pull it, or are they going to need to buy something bigger? I just don't know.
Well, they got 100 vehicles.
Yeah, but
Got to work.
are they big enough, or we're going to have to get an F-250 to pull it?
It's a good question.
We've got vehicles in other departments, but they'd have to make arrangements to grab it and drive it.
Don't they have a SWAT truck that could pull that thing?
They've got a large van. They all pile in that. So I don't know if it's got the capacity to pull with the trailer if it's that heavily loaded with dual axle.
He didn't ask for a truck.
Yet.
Yes, they might ought to consider a 16 instead of a 20-foot trailer if all that equipment will fit into 16.
Yeah, they got a big van, so I would think that would suffice, but
We didn't do the trailer, did we?
Yep,
That SWAT van probably pull it.
yeah. Commissioner Abley and I were against that, but I see Jeff and
Oh, yeah.
Denise and Commissioner Taylor's point as well for consolidation reasons. So, but the truck is a interesting question. All right.
Break it to us, Margaret.
Margaret, just
So
Rip.
again, I've changed as we went, and I believe I caught everything, but I do want to reserve the right to double check before you get your ordinance. The fund balance with the changes you've made from the recommendation is an additional $1,163. So your fund balance appropriation will now be $3,066,788. And again, I will go back and double check everything. That includes the additional, you have to transfer more money over to solid waste to pay for the 2 items there. We'll continue to double check everything next meeting.
Margaret, what does that leave the fund balance at then after those expenditures?
It would be in the neighborhood of 15 million. We appropriated about 4 million this year. If we use the 4 million and the 3 million, that's currently 19 million. So
12 million.
But we won't know if we're rolling any until the year's done. We're sales tax is so far behind, it's hard to estimate at this point.
Right. Thank you.
Mhm. Your overall budget is now 100,574,735 for general fund. And then the only other fund that changed was solid waste. It went up to 6,240,285.
Maynard, where are those $60 million budgets that we used to talk about years ago? Guess he's muted.
Yeah, this is a long way from 60 million. Gentlemen, any other questions or comments? I know, appreciate everybody's patience today, and I think we got a lot of good work done. I know we got a lot of great work done. And so it has been a long day. I will say, I think we accomplished everything. Of course, we've had 2 very productive meetings to come to this point. So I think everybody seems to feel comfortable at this point. So at this point, I know Jeff's going to be on vacation and I'm headed to the beach tomorrow. So I do not see it being necessary for the scheduled June 2nd meeting at this time. Does anybody disagree?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how in the world y'all are going to the beach when you're supposed to come down here and help me mow hay.
I'll be thinking of you. I'm going to have a Corona light and be sitting with sand on my feet. So it won't be so bad. But good luck with the hay. At this point, I need a motion to cancel the June 2nd budget meeting. Do we have that motion?
So move.
Thank you, Commissioner Abley. Commissioner Britton, are you in agreement?
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
And I'm in agreement too. So the budget meeting for June 2nd will be canceled. Gentlemen, I will need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Commissioner Taylor, thank you. Commissioner Abley?
Yes.
Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Commissioner Carswell?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Well, gentlemen, have a safe and fun holiday Memorial Day weekend, and I'll see you in a week and a half. And Jeff, hope you have fun in Alaska, my friend.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies, too. Wonderful job, all of you.